And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here to Eller Media Stadium in Las Vegas, Nevada. Wyatt Tomchak on the call. UNLV will be facing Weber State here today, first of two games for the Rebels, as they'll be playing 5 games this tournament in the Marucci Desert Classic. UNLV winning yesterday against Montana 8-0. Jenny Bressler with a no-hitter through that 5 innings of work as the Rebels run-ruled the Grizzlies of Montana. UNLV, they'll have Brianna Burke out in the circle today as senior. Burke from Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, 2.10 ERA, 1-0 is her record. This is the second game that she has started this year. 2 appearances overall, 6 2/3 innings pitched, 5 hits, 2 runs, 2 earns, 2 walks, and 5 strikeouts. Opponents are hitting .208 against the senior Burke. UNLV 3-3. They'll be facing this Weber State team that is 3-3 as well. Brianna Burke is set, and the first pitch of the ball game here on this beautiful Friday afternoon is going to be taken high for a ball 1-0. Takesha Saltern will be the hitter, the senior batting .300, 6 hits and 20 plate appearances, a double and 2 triples with 1 RBI on the young 2020 campaign as UNLV trying to get over 500 for the first time this year as the pitch is fouled back. 1-1 is the count. UNLV, as we mentioned yesterday, victorious over Montana, winning 8-0 in 5 innings. Rebels exploded in the third inning, scored 6 runs as that pitch is going to be taken high for a ball 2-1. Jenny Bressler did not give up a hit through 5 innings, got the first no-hitter for UNLV since 2013. Rebels scored 8 runs off of 9 hits. Samantha Diaz had a long home run to left field. Lauren Barker had one as a check swing on a pitch high, no swing. 3-1 is the count. Caitlin Covington got the scoring going with a 2-run double in that third inning. All those runs in the third inning, they scored 6 in the third, all came with 2 outs. Schmidt had a triple that scored Tixon, and Mia Trejo had a sacrifice fly. As that one is in there for a strike. Count goes full 3-2. Landy Hawker is on deck for Weber State. The defending Big Sky champions and preseason favorites. Weber State right now 3-3. Trying to get some confidence going as this one's going to be sent to first. Easy play for Mia Trejo, 3 unassisted, and that is the first out of the ball game. And I'll bring up Landy Hawker. The senior batting just .190 so far, 4 hits and 21 plate appearances, a triple and an RBI. First pitch by Burke is going to be taken high for a ball 1-0. UNLV hosting their second straight tournament here at Eller Media Stadium. They had the Rebel kickoff last week as that one right down in there for a strike, 1-1. This is a part of the Marucci Desert Classic. Then UNLV will be on the road for the first time this year next weekend with the UTC Frost Classic in Chattanooga, Tennessee. As a swing and a miss on that one. 1-2 is the count for Brianna Burke in the circle. One of the seniors on this UNLV roster. Burke has just improved every year in the circle. Last year had a really, really solid year. As that one's going to be sent to short. Samantha Diaz has it. Throw over to first in time for out number 2. 2 ground outs here in the top of the first for UNLV. 2 outs in the inning. As Chloe Camarero will come up to bat. Camarero, a junior, 200 average so far. 1 hit in 5 plate appearances, so hasn't had a lot of opportunities in this young 2020 campaign. Camarero will take the first pitch down low for a ball 1-0. And UNLV will also be back home after that trip to Tennessee. We'll be hosting the 2020 Boyd Gaming Classic. We'll have UTEP, New Mexico State, Houston in that schedule for UNLV, as that one is on the outside corner for a ball 1-1. And UNLV will have the GCU Lopes Up Classic, St. John's, Grand Canyon, Montana will also be in it. Montana's in this tournament as well, so UNLV will be playing the Grizzlies 3 times this year. They'll be playing them later on today, as that one is going to be slapped foul down the left field line. It was just foul. It was a close play there for Camarero, who had an opportunity there for at least a double. Count goes to 1-2, 2 outs in the inning. UNLV will have Tixon, Schmidt, and Trejo due up in the bottom of the first. Defensively for UNLV, Schmidt is in left, Tixon is in center, Cermak is in right, Barker at third, Diaz at short, Federi at second, Trejo at first, and Julia Vlamer is behind the plate as the 1-2 pitch is just outside. 2-2 is the count. UNLV leads the all-time series history against Weber State 5-1. UNLV beat Weber State 8-0 in 5 innings back on March 5th of 2019, as that one is going to be fouled back into the net. That was actually the first meeting, sorry. Last season, UNLV defeated them 10-4 on February 16th in Las Vegas. Two and two is the count after the foul ball that went into the net. Burke is set, the pitch. Taken high. 3-2. Burke, 5 strikeouts in 6 2/3 innings coming into this ball game, looking for a first strikeout of the ball game. Yesterday, Jenny Bressler was fantastic in that department, had about 7 strikeouts. That one sent to third. Beautiful play by Lauren Barker. That one was screaming over to her. She throws it to first in time as Brianna Burke gets 3 ground outs in the infield, and that will end the inning. A 1-2-3 inning for UNLV. To the bottom of the first we go. UNLV up to bat first for the first time in the ball game. 0-0 is the score. Lauren Tixon will lead it off here in the bottom of the first for UNLV. Tixon yesterday went 1 for 3, was able to score a run off of the triple by Maddie Schmidt, and had 2 strikeouts in her other 2 plate appearances. Tixon right now batting .316, 6 hits and 19 plate appearances, a triple and 2 RBIs, the speedster for UNLV. Tixon, Schmidt, and Mia Trejo are the starting lineup. Justine Federi is batting 4th. Caitlin Covington batting 5th, Samantha Diaz batting 6th, Stacia Cermak batting 7th, Lauren Barker batting 8th, and Julia Valmer will be rounding out the starting lineup batting 9th. Cermak and Valmer still looking for their first hit of the year. As the first pitch to Tixon is going to be taken low for a ball 1-0. The starting pitcher for Weber State, Kate Donaldson, the junior, batting 672. Her ERA is 6.72. 0-2 is her record. This is the 4th game that she has started this year. As the 1-0 is going to be taken for a strike, 1-1. Has only pitched 8 1/3 innings and has been hit hard. 20 hits, 17 runs. Only 8 of them have been earned, so she hasn't got a lot of help on the defensive side. 4 walks, no strikeouts, and opponents are hitting .417 against the junior, who has 2 of the 3 losses for Weber State so far this year. The 1-1 to Tixon is going to be slapped into left field for a base hit. The defense was in over there at third, and it went over the third baseman's head. And Lauren Tixon will put the speed on for UNLV as they get their leadoff batter of the ball game on base with a single. For Tixon, she improves as a leadoff hitter, 625 now, as Maddie Schmidt will be up to bat. Schmidt, with runners on base this year, 429 hitter, and that is her average overall as well. 429, 6 hits and 14 plate appearances, a triple and an RBI. Both of those came in yesterday's win back in the bottom of the fourth inning. Her first career triple and her first career RBI as a UNLV Rebel. Tixon over at first. She is going to swing and a miss by Schmidt. The throw to second, not in time. It was bounced by the catcher for Weber State. And Lauren Tixon has her 5th stolen base of the year. 5 for 5 and puts UNLV in scoring position. It looked like it was a hit and run as Schmidt was swinging on that one no matter what. Defense in yet again. We'll see if Schmidt will try to lay down a bunt to move Tixon over to third for Mia Trejo. The 0-1. Schmidt thought about laying it down, pulls it back. 1-1 is the count as the pitch was on the outside. UNLV will be playing Montana next here at Eller Media Stadium. A doubleheader for the Rebels. Went 2-3 in last weekend's Rebel kickoff as a pitch will go in there for a strike. Schmidt pulled down the bunt but didn't make the contact. I think she kind of pulled it back thinking it might be a ball. And the count goes to 1-2. Mia Trejo is on deck for the Rebels. The pitchers haven't really wanted to attack the junior first baseman for UNLV. She's had a lot of walks so far, 7 in her first 6 games. That one is going to be taken low. 2-2 is the count. Justine Fideri is in the hole for UNLV. Donaldson is set the 2-2 pitch. Inside and or outside and low. Count goes full 3-2. We'll see if Tixon will be on the run here, even though she's at second. She's got a lot of speed. Defense is in on the infield. The 3-2 pitch. Slap foul into UNLV's dugout. Count remains full 3-2. Schmidt on the year with a great on-base percentage, .529. Mia Trejo behind her at .550. So you get some speed, and then you get the power on base. That's a recipe for success for UNLV as that one just misses on the outside. Ball 4, so Schmidt will head on over to first base, drawing her 4th walk of the year, and that'll bring up Mia Trejo. .273 on the year, the junior. 3 hits and 11 plate appearances, 1 home run, and 4 RBIs. Has only registered 11 plate appearances due to so many walks. It had a sacrifice fly yesterday, an RBI. She had 2 walks in the win against Montana as the first pitch is taken on the outside for a strike, 0-1. Opponents just don't want to pitch to Mia Trejo, who's been a dominant player for UNLV in her 2+ years. Tixon is at second. Schmidt over at first. Combined 8 for 8 on stolen base opportunities. The 0-1 down low. 1-1 is the count. Well, if they don't want to attack Mia Trejo, they're going to have to attack Justine Fideri. Fideri right now is just hitting .235, but she is the leading RBI getter on this UNLV lineup with 5. The 1-1 from Donaldson. Trejo was going to send that one off the glove of the third baseman. It trickles into left field. They're going to send Tixon home. The throw will be cut off, and it's an RBI single for Mia Trejo as UNLV gets on the board 1-0. Lauren Tixon scores. Schmidt advances to second. Moiahi over at third tried to go for the backhand, and it just dribbled on by, and it died out there in left field. The speed of Schmidt, and it gives UNLV a 1-0 lead. They give the RBI single for Mia Trejo. That will be her 5th RBI on the year. Still nobody out. 1-0. UNLV on top with Justine Fideri on deck for the Rebels. The senior batting .235 on the year. 4 hits and 17 plate appearances, 1 home run, and 5 RBIs. Her counterpart, Mia Trejo, is now tied her in the RBI department. She'll try to retake the lead here with Schmidt at second. First pitch was taken on the outside for a strike. 0-1 is the count. And for Donaldson, still her struggles continue. ERA continually going up. She came in with a 6.72. The 0-1. Off speed, taken high. 1-1 is the count. Donaldson gets her sign, the 1-1. Federi swinging for the fences on that one and missed. 1-2 is the count. For Justine this year with runners on base, 300 average. Against right-handed pitchers hitting 231, left-handed pitchers 235. The 1-2. Outside, 2-2 is the count. Federi, one of the 4 seniors on this UNLV roster. The other one, Lauren Tixon, who just scored the first run. Brianna Burke starting today. And Charlie Masterson, who most likely will start the next game against Montana. There's a high drive in the left field as well. Hit going back, and a great play by the left fielder. Schmidt will tag and advances over to third as Petska had to travel a long way into the gap in left center field. Justine Federi just missed out on a 3-run bomb, and that will bring up Caitlin Covington with 2 outs here. With 1 out here, in the bottom of the first inning. Covington, the freshman, .412 is her average, the designated hitter for head coach Christy Fox in this UNLV lineup. 7 hits and 17 plate appearances, 2 doubles, and 3 RBIs. Had 2 of them that got the scoring going for UNLV in the bottom of the third against Montana yesterday. 1-0 is the score with UNLV on top of Weber State. Runners on the corners here with 1 out. Donaldson is set. Defense is in. Only 1 out. That one is going to be taken low for a ball. 1-0. Samantha Diaz is on deck for the Rebels. And Diaz has the power so far this year. And home run yesterday, that's probably still traveling. Leads the team with 2 home runs in this young 2020 season. That one is going to be taken low. 2-0 is the count. 1-0. UNLV on top. 2 hits in the inning. Schmidt over at third. Trejo at first. Lauren Tixon led off this inning with a single to left field. Stole second. 2-0. Down low, 3-0. Donaldson, last thing she wants to do is walk the bases loaded for the power of Samantha Diaz. As now the home plate umpire is not the home plate umpire, the third base umpire is pointing to something on the ground. Looked like Mia Trejo may have thrown something that Coach Christy Fox over at the first base. Coach's Bach has to pick up. Ready to go. 3-0 is the count, 1 out. Runners on the corners. That one is taken in there for a strike. 3-1. Schmidt taken all the way here. Donaldson, a little bit of command issues so far, so make her throw a couple more pitches here. Maybe you can get a sweet spot down the middle. The 3-1 from the junior. Covington swings and undercuts that one. Foul back to the backstop. Count goes full. 3-2, 1 out. Ashlyn Visser, Faith Ho, and Lauren Ho will be up to bat in the top of the second. The 4, 5, and 6 hitters for Weber State. The 3-2. Outside ball 4, and Covington is able to draw the walk. Mia Trejo advances over to second. That's the second walk in this inning. Schmidt drew the other one. She's over at third, and the bases are loaded for Samantha Diaz. The junior shortstop batting .333, 5 hits and 15 plate appearances. 2 of her 5 hits have gone for home runs, and she has 5 RBIs as well. Defense is in. Diaz will take the first pitch for a strike, 0-1. No runs defense here by Weber State. The 0-1. And Diaz gets underneath that one. Count goes to 0-2. Oh and 2, 1 out. Bases loaded here. In the bottom of the first, UNLV is on top 1-0. The pitch by Donaldson, and Diaz is going to send that one right back to the first baseman. The step back to first, not in time. Oh, it was almost a mega disaster for UNLV. Covington's able to get back. Diaz sent that one on a line right to the first baseman, Visser. Big, big out number 2 for the Wildcats. And now Stacia Cermak will be up to bat, and Cermak be a good time to get her first hit of the year. She's 0 for 14 to start off the 2020 campaign. On-base percentage at .067. And the first pitch is going to be taken low for a ball, 1-0. The 1-0. And that one is going to be slapped foul down the left field line. Count goes to 1-1. So we mentioned UNLV. They were great with 2 outs yesterday against Montana. They had 6 runs with 2 outs on that came in the 3rd inning. UNLV 9 hits overall. They were able to draw 4 walks, but did strike out 7 times. They have 5 batters on the base paths. A 1-1. Off-speed pitch. Good eye by Cermak, and the count goes to 2-1. I mentioned for Jenny Bressler yesterday, she had 8 strikeouts. No hitting the Grizzlies. We'll be playing Montana later on today after this game, right after this game, in fact. The 2-1. Cermak gets underneath that one and sends it foul, 2-2, out of play. Donaldson gets her sign. Bases loaded here, 2 outs. 2-2 is the count. Cermak trying to get her first hit of the year. Can she do it? She'll have a good eye on this one and takes it outside. Count goes full now, 3-2. Count full, 3-2, bases loaded. Something's got to give here. The pitch. And Cermak gets underneath that one and fouls it back into the net. We'll do it all over again with the count full here. 2 outs in the bottom of the first. UNLV putting the pressure on Weber State. Lauren Barker is on deck for the Rebels. Mia Trejo with the RBI single if you're just joining us. Scored Lauren Tixon, who was able to advance to second on a stolen base after she led off the inning with a single. Donaldson set. The payoff pitch to Stacia Cermak. And Cermak sends a high drive into center field, going back, and a running catch by the center fielder, Hawker, who is able to clamp it down. 2 great plays defensively in the outfield for Weber State as they are able to limit the damage to just 1 run. UNLV leaves the bases loaded. They take a 1-0 lead going to the top of the second here at Eller Media Stadium. Back here live at Eller Media Stadium. Wyatt Tomczyk on the call. Thank you for joining us on your Friday afternoon, wherever you are watching here on the YouTube channel provided by UNLV Athletics. UNLV on top 1-0 over Weber State. Brianna Burke back out for another inning of work. The first pitch, off speed, in there for a strike. 0-1. Burke got the first 3 outs, all by way of ground outs to the infield. She's working with a 1-0 lead. The pitching for UNLV over the last 2 games have only given up 2 runs in the last 2 games, as there's a drive in the left field, but right on a line over to Schmidt, and she will have it for out number 1. Good contact there by Ashlyn Visser, this senior who came in batting 4 for 4. That's the first time she has gotten out this year. That's a tough one to swallow. She hit it pretty well, but sometimes you hit the right Adam balls. 1 out here in the top of the second. Faith Ho will be up to bat, the sophomore, adding .412 on the year, 7 hits and 17 plate appearances, 3 doubles and 6 RBIs. Oh, 1 is the count. Burke is set. Making quick work here as that one's going to be sent to first. Mia Trejo, 3 unassisted, second time Trejo's had that play so far in this young ball game. 2 outs quickly here in the top of the second. For UNLV, they'll have the 8, 9, and 1 hitters due up in the bottom of the second. Barker, Vollmer, and Tixon. UNLV had a great chance there to really blow this game out, but a liner by Samantha Diaz right over to first, and Stacia Cermak battled her way on a bases-loaded full count. Sent a great drive into center field, but it was a great play by Hawker to really kind of quote-unquote hawk the ball down and get the out as the 0-1 off speed, and therefore a strike. 0-2. Lauren Ho is the batter for Weber State. 389 average, 7 hits and 18 plate appearances, 1 home run and 3 RBIs. The 0-2 is going to be sent to right field. It's well hit, going back, and a nice play by Stacia Cermak to clamp that one down for the 3rd out. Another quick inning of work for Brianna Burke and UNLV. We go to the bottom of the second. UNLV in control of this one, 1-0 here at Eller Media Stadium. Lauren Barker will lead off the bottom of the second here at Eller Media Stadium. UNLV and Weber State. The Rebels leading the Wildcats right now 1-0. Mia Trejo with an RBI single in the first inning scored Lauren Tixon, who's due up 3rd in the bottom of the second. Here in the second game for UNLV at the Marucci Desert Classic. Marucci sponsoring UNLV softball and baseball. As the first pitch is going to be taken low and in the dirt. 1-0 is the count. As Kate Donaldson back out for another inning of work. Donaldson just couldn't quite get the comfortable feel in the circle there in the bottom of the first, but did get helped out by some great defensive plays to limit the damage to just 1 run. And the next pitch is on the outside for a strike, 1-1. For Barker, the sophomore, batting .333, 4 hits and 12 plate appearances, including an opposite field 2-run home run yesterday. against Montana. That was in that 6-run third inning. Donaldson set the 1-1. That one's going to be taken high. 2-1 is the count. Julia Vollmer on deck. Mentioned for Vollmer and Cermak, still looking for their first hit of the year. Cermak now 0 for 15. Vollmer on deck 0 for 6. Although Vollmer's had instances where, Coach Christy Fox wants to use the pitch hitters. The 2-1. And that was going to be sent to right field for a base hit as that one just hugs down the line, and Barker gets another hit for UNLV. Their third of the ball game, and back-to-back innings, UNLV has got their leadoff batter on base. And that'll bring up Julia Vollmer. Vollmer, as I mentioned, 0 for 6. On-base percentage at 143. Barker over at first, hasn't attempted a stolen base. Only 3 players in this UNLV lineup have attempted stolen bases, and UNLV's been perfect. Lauren Tixon 5 for 5, Schmidt 3 for 3, and Justine Federi 1 for 1. Vollmer showing bunt, pulls back, and it's going to be taken high for a ball 1-0. Lauren Tixon on deck for the Rebels, and Schmidt is in the hole. 6 up, 6 down for Brianna Burke so far in this ball game, as she will go back out in the top of the third. It'll be the 7, 8, 9 hitters for the Wildcats, as Vollmer showing bunt, pulled back, but it's going to be taken for a strike. 1-1 is the count. UNLV so far, through 7 innings of work this weekend, opponents haven't been able to crack the code on the pitchers. I mentioned for UNLV, the real big dominance they have is Vollmer lays that one, tries to lay it down, but they've missed, and it's going to be a strike 1 and 2. The real dominance that UNLV has coming back is the experience of the starting pitchers. Jenny Bressler, sophomore, Brianna Burke, and Charlie Masterson, seniors. The 1-2. And that was going to be sent right back to Donaldson. She throws to second. Not in time. Barker is safe at second. I believe the umpire over at second said the shortstop went off the bag, and UNLV is able to get another base hit. They're going to say a hit right now on the scoreboard at Eller Media Stadium. We'll see on the stat sheet. Donaldson, it was a comebacker right to her. She had a tough play. Didn't really get a good initial turn with the ball. Had a momentary bobble and then tried to throw it to second. And Barker was safe. Now Lauren Tixon will be up to bat. Tixon shows bunt, and we'll take it on the outside for a ball 1-0. Tixon led off the ball game with a single, has a stolen base, and has scored the lone run so far here in the bottom of the second. UNLV is on top 1-0. She scored on the single by Mia Trejo. The 1-0. Defense is in, and that one's going to be sent to short. The flip over to third. Barker with the slide, but not there quickly in time, as it will go 6-5. The put out at third. 1 out here in the bottom of the second, as Vollmer goes to second. Tixon safe at first, and Schmidt will be up to bat. One out. Schmidt, who's up to bat, walked in her first plate appearance. Between her and Mia Trejo, they've combined for 11 walks so far in these 6 games, as that one is fouled back into the net. 0-1 is the count. So they did give Vollmer the single, so that is her first hit of the year. 0-1 is the count, and 1 out, the pitch. And a swing and a miss there by Schmidt. 0-2 is the count. Mia Trejo on deck for the Rebels. And Trejo has the hit for UNLV. The RBI hit, a single in the bottom of the first that went off the glove of the third baseman for the Wildcats. 0-2 is the count, 1 out. Vollmer at second, Tixon at first. Schmidt, check swing, and the catcher, for the Wildcats was really framing that one. Held it there for a couple seconds. Thought it was strike 3, just missed on the outside. 1-2. UNLV today with runners on are 2 for 6. 1-2, outside 2-2. Rebels are putting the pressure on Kate Donaldson, the starting pitcher for Weber State. Both teams are 3-3. UNLV trying to get above 500 for the first time this year. The 2-2, outside 3-2. Count now full after that close pitch a moment ago where just missed on the outside. Now the count is full, and UNLV has a chance to load the bases up in back-to-back innings. They were unsuccessful in scoring with the bases loaded in the bottom of the first. And that one is on the outside yet again. So Schmidt was down big 0-2, a close pitch. And Donaldson was unable to get that outside corner for the second time in as many as bats. Schmidt is able to walk, and that will bring up Mia Trejo, who has the bases loaded here and 1 out. She got an RBI single in her first plate appearance. See if she can repeat that here. Vollmer at third, Tixon at second, and Schmidt is at first. If a ball goes into the gap, UNLV could clear the bases because they've got the speed at second and first with Tixon and Schmidt. Donaldson set the first pitch outside, 1-0. One and 0 is the count. Runner at third, second, and first. Yet again for UNLV, the 1-0. That one hits the outside corner for a strike, 1-1. Donaldson trying to get out of this inning yet again. UNLV's on top 1-0. They can really blow this game out. That was going to be sent. Oh, great diving stop by the second baseman. The throw to first in time. UNLV trying to catch the Wildcats sleeping, and they do. Vollmer scores. Tixon will score. The throw to third is not in time. Oh, we got a lot of things going on here. UNLV scores 2 runs off of a ground out to second. A beautiful play by McHouston over at second. Diving play to prevent Mia Trejo from getting the RBI single into right field. But Vollmer scores, and then Tixon just kept running, and she went to home. Looked like she was going to be out by a mile, and the catcher, Ho, dropped it. Schmidt advanced over to third. Schmidt, I thought, was going to get doubled off because she kind of stopped when, I think, to let the ball go by so she didn't get any runner's interference on it. I thought she was going to get doubled off. The first baseman, Visser, didn't really have a chance to throw to second, and she kind of pump faked to second. That's when Tixon just went straight home, and they could not get UNLV out. So 3-0 is the score. For Justine Federi, you got a lot to process on that one. I believe it's an RBI ground out for Mia Trejo at least. So he now has 2 RBIs in the ball game, as she was thrown out at first. 1-0 is the count. The pitch by Donaldson, and Federi's going to send that one into right field for a base hit. UNLV gets on the board yet again, 4-0 as Schmidt scores. Federi gets an RBI single, number 6 on the year in that department, and it's 4-0 UNLV here in the bottom of the second. And now we're going to have conference call here, and I believe a pitching change here for the Wildcats. Kate Donaldson's day is over. She could not get through 2 innings, went 1 2/3, gave up 4 runs off of 6 hits. Pitching change here for the Wildcats as UNLV on top 4-0 here at Eller Media Stadium. Caitlin Covington will be up to bat for UNLV as the Rebels are on top 4-0. 4 runs off of 6 hits, no errors, as Covington will be up to bat. New pitcher for the Wildcats of Weber State. Number 20, Amanda Sink, a freshman, will be in the circle, replacing Kate Donaldson. Justine Fideri is over at first after the RBI single to right that scored Maddie Schmidt. Covington up to bat. She walked in her first plate appearance. So UNLV, second time they've had the bases loaded, and they were able to score here in the third. They didn't score in the first, but they scored in the second off of an unconventional play. We've seen UNLV in the brief games that I've called. They've scored every which way, as the next pitch is going to be taken low for a ball 2-0. It was an RBI ground out. A great play by the second baseman, McCuson, over to Visser. The throw to first, but Visser kind of pump fake because Maddie Schmidt was in kind of hesitant in going to second, had to stop her momentum, and they thought about throwing her out. But Visser pump faked as the pitch is outside, and then Tixon just kept churning on home, and the throw was bobbled by the catcher, and she scored. And then Justine Fideri was able to score Schmidt, who advanced to third on the play, and it was a very, very odd play all around. As the count is 3-0, 2 outs, the pitch taken low, and for the second time in the ball game, Covington has walked. UNLV has drawn 4 walks so far here in 2 innings, or almost 2 innings of work. 2 walks for Schmidt, 2 walks for Covington. Runners on second and first for Samantha Diaz. Stacia Cermak is on deck for the Rebels as Samantha will try to get some more runs across the board for Brianna Burke as the first pitch is going to be taken on the inside for a strike 0-1. UNLV now 3 for 8 with runners on and 1 for 2 with 2 outs. Donaldson does not get out of the second inning. Sink trying to get out of it here and limit the damage to just 4 runs right now overall for UNLV as the count is 1-1. For Sink on the year, 7 innings of work. She's given up 8 runs, 3 earned, 3.86 ERA. As Diaz hammers that one foul just out in front, or way out in front, 1-2 now the count. 11 hits, Sink has given up 6 walks, 4 strikeouts, 2 doubles, 1 home run, and she has hit 1 batter. That one just missed on the outside corner. Count goes 2-2. You saw that happen earlier in this inning with Maddie Schmidt. She was down 0-2. A close pitch on the outside corner wasn't called, and Donaldson walked Schmidt, and it just opened the floodgates. Load the bases. That one misses on the outside yet again, 3-2, and UNLV has another chance here to load the bases here. Stacia Cermak is on deck. She flew out in her first plate appearance. A great play by the center fielder, Hawker. Count full with a payoff pitch. Diaz knuckles that one over to short, and it's right at the shortstop Ho, and that will end the inning. But UNLV does get 3 runs across the board. They lead it 4-0 as we go to the top of the third here at Eller Media Stadium. Top of the third here at Eller Media Stadium. UNLV on top 4-0. Brianna Burke sends the first pitch on the outside for a strike, 0-1. McHuston up to bat. The sophomore batting .400 on the year, 6 hits and 15 plate appearances, 4 RBIs on her name. Defense is in. Over at third, Barker playing about 3/4 of the way in. About a quarter of the way in. Over at third. 1-1 is the count. Burke is set, the pitch. That one just misses on the outside. 2-1 is the count. UNLV, they've been very effective so far today. 4 runs off of 5 hits, no errors. So far, Brianna Burke has sent 6 up and 6 back down. Right back to Burke, 1-3, and that will be out number 1 as Burke with a great reaction there to get the leadoff batter for Weber State. For Brianna Burke, she's been able to get 5 groundouts so far. Hasn't struck out anybody so far. No one has struck out in the 2+ innings. As the first pitch off speed on the outside for a strike, 0-1. Brooke Moiahi is up to bat for Weber State. Sophomore batting .278, 5 hits and 18 plate appearances. The 0-1 is going to be sent right back to Burke yet again. Same result, 1-3. 2 outs here in the top of the third. Courtney Pesca will be up to bat. The senior batting .167, 3 hits and 18 plate appearances. Brianna Burke trying to get another 1-2-3 inning here. 6 groundouts as that one's going to be laid down. Vollmer has it. The throw to first is in time. Pesca tried to get UNLV Knapp in there, but Julia Vollmer able to throw the fastball over to first, and that is another 1-2-3 inning for the Rebels as we go to the bottom of the third. UNLV in control of this one, 4-0 here at Eller Media Stadium. Stacia Cermak will lead it off for UNLV here in the bottom of the third. The Rebels on top 4-0 over Weber State. Cermak 0 for 1 on the day. She flew out with the bases loaded and 2 outs in the bottom of the first. It was a great play by Hawker in center field. UNLV scored 1 in the first, 3 in the second. As back out in the circle is Amanda Sink. We had to work out of the second inning mess. Kate Donaldson only made it 1 2/3 inning. Cermak still looking for that first hit of the year. Can she get it in this at bat? The first pitch will be taken on the outside for a strike, 0-1. 7, 8, 9 hitters due up for UNLV. Cermak, Barker, and Vollmer. Barker and Vollmer have hits. 5 hits for UNLV, and Cermak sends a rocket into right field for a base hit. She finally is able to break through for her first hit of the season. Overall, that is a number 6 for UNLV as Lauren Barker will be up to bat. Yeah, Cermak was able to rocket that one by the first baseman, Visser, and that is another leadoff single for UNLV. All 3 innings, UNLV has got their leadoff batters on base by way of the single as Barker will be up to bat. She's 1 for 1 on the day. The first pitch will be taken on the outside for a ball 1-0. 1-0 is the count. Barker trying to get some more runs for UNLV as there's a swing and a miss. It's a pass ball as Cermak was running no matter what. As head coach Christy Fox giving some instructions over there to Barker. Looks like it was a hit and run all the way. Barker really swung at a pitch that was low and near her feet. 1-1 is the count, with Cermak over at second. That one hits on the inside corner for a strike, 1-2. Vollmer on deck, and then Lauren Tixon is in the hole for UNLV. Amanda Sink, the freshman, gets it set, the pitch, and a swing and a miss. Barker caught on the off speed, and that is out number 1 as Julia Vollmer will not be coming up. It'll be a pitch hitter for UNLV as head coach Christy Fox will talk it over with the home plate umpire. Let's see who will be for the Rebels. And it looks like it'll be number 44, CC Kakamisi, the junior. Backup catcher for UNLV. She will be getting the duties. Swinging the bat for Julia Vollmer, with Stacia Cermak at second. Tixon is on deck, so Kakamisi will be up to bat. She'll try to get UNLV some more insurance runs here for Brianna Burke, who has put up 9 up and 9 down. As the first pitch is going to be taken for a strike, 0-1 is the count. CC on the year with, she's 0 for 6 on RBI and a walk and 2 strikeouts. On base percentage at 125. As that one hits on the inside for a strike, 0-2 is the count, 1 out. Stacia Cermak over at second, led off the inning with a single, advances second on a pass ball. Oh, 0-2 is the count, and time is called. We mentioned Lauren Tixon is on deck for the Rebels. She is 1 for 2, scored 2 runs. Single in her first plate appearance and reached on a fielder's choice in her second. The 1-2, and it's high and inside, 2-2. Mentioned for UNLV, they'll be playing Montana. Coming up next, scheduled time was 5:30, but a couple of the games have been running later. And everyone would like that is working here at Eller Media Stadium as that one is sent back into the net, still 2-2. So right after, you get about a 30-minute break in between games. As UNLV been cruising so far, up 4-0. So far in the last 2+ games, dating back to the SUU game, the Rebels have only given up 2 runs. The 2-2 pitch, and that one is foul. The associate head coach Andy Jarvis has to skip out of the way on that one. 2-2, 1 out, 4-0. UNLV on top of Weber State here at the Marucci Desert Classic. UNLV tomorrow will be playing Utah Valley and Weber State. 3 o'clock is the first scheduled time against Utah Valley, and then 5:30 against the same Weber State team. Off-speed pitch, as that one's going to be sent into center field for a base hit. Cermak had to hold up to see if that ball would land. And CC Kakamisi has her first base hit of the ball game as that one goes into center field. Rebels have runners on the corners here with 1 out here in the bottom of the 3rd. Lauren Tixon will be up to bat. As we mentioned, she's reached base on both plate appearances. Singled in her first plate appearance and reached on a fielder's choice in her second. She has scored 2 runs for UNLV, 2 of the 4 runs, and has a stolen base. Cermak over at 3rd, Kakamisi over at 1st. For CC, she's now 1 for 7. Mentioned yesterday for UNLV, they last year for head coach Christy Fox, they were unbelievably good at pitch hitting. Seemed any player that Coach Fox put up, they were getting hits. They were near the top in the Mountain West as the 1-0 pitch. Outside 2-0. To the speedster Tixon. Has an opportunity. She has 2 RBIs on the year. Maddie Schmidt is on deck, and Mia Trejo is in the hole. So 3 innings in this ballgame. Tixon has hit in every inning. The 2-0. Outside 3-0. UNLV is a ball away from loading the bases up for the 3rd time in this game. All 3 innings. They have been putting the pressure on the Wildcats. And they really blow this game out. The pitch. Misses on the outside, and Tixon will reach base for the 3rd time today. A single, fielder's choice, and a walk. Bases loaded, 1 out for Maddie Schmidt, as the defense will creep in a little bit, playing the no-runs defense. Schmidt on the day hasn't registered a plate appearance. She scored a run and has walked twice. 5 walks UNLV has drawn in this ballgame. That one hits on the outside corner for a strike. 0-1 is the count. 1 out as Amanda Sink, who replaced Kate Donaldson, who just went 1 2/3 innings, gave up 4 runs. Sink trying to put UNLV scoreless here in the 3rd as that one hits on the outside. 0-2. Well, Schmidt was down 0-2 in her last plate appearance, but was able to fight her way to get another walk. See if she can do something in that vicinity as well. Could get an RBI off of that as well. The 0-2. Outside, 1-2. Mia Trejo is on deck for the Rebels. She's 1 for 2 with 2 RBIs. 5 walks UNLV has drawn today. Just 1 strikeout. As that one misses on the outside, Schmidt is really creating opponents a lot of problems as they're trying to hit that outside corner. Count goes even now, 2-2. Sink is set the pitch. Misses on the outside yet again. 3-2. Well, you got to throw a strike here because you don't want to give up a run, not get an out, and give Mia Trejo an opportunity with the bases loaded as well. Tixon at first, Kakamisi at second, Cermak at 3rd. The payoff pitch. Misses on the outside, ball 4, and it's a bases-loaded walk for Maddie Schmidt, who has walked in all 3 plate appearances. This time, it results in an RBI as Cermak will score, who led off the inning with a single, and now we're going to get a stop here, and Sink will get a talking to with the coaching staff for the Wildcats. Mia Trejo will be up to bat. As we mentioned, she has 2 RBIs, a single and an RBI ground out. With runners on base this year, 400 batting average. She's been dominating left-handed pitchers, right-handed pitchers at just 200. Trejo does have a hit against the right-hander Donaldson in the 1st inning. We'll try to get one here against the right-hander Sink. So Kakamisi goes over to 3rd, Tixon over at 2nd, and Schmidt over at 1st. Yet again, UNLV's got a lot of speed on the base pass. If Mia Trejo can get one into the gap here, good chance it will clear the bases. 5-0 is the score. UNLV on top of the Wildcats of Weber State. Here in the bottom of the 3rd. If UNLV can score 3 more runs and shut out the Wildcats, they'll get another run rule through 5 innings, as that one is on the outside for a strike. 0-1 is the count. UNLV today with runners on, they are 4 for 11. The 0-1. Trejo takes that one down low, 1-1. Well, Schmidt has walked 3 times. She's now walked 6 times this year. She's only 1 behind the leader for UNLV, Mia Trejo, who has 7. The 1-1 pitch from Sink almost hit Mia as she Gets out of the way, checks swing, and she went around. Mia can't, kind of looks back in a little bit of disbelief there as the count goes to 1-2. Can Sink get out of this inning with only giving up 1 run? The pitch. And Trejo gets underneath this one. It's going to go into foul territory. Will it land? Oh, a great play by the first baseman. The throw back to second as Tixon got a little bit far out on the base pass, but she is safe as Mia Trejo pops out into foul territory as Visser. Another great play by the first baseman. Reaching over her head to get the out, and that is a big out as Mia Trejo pops out into foul territory as Justine Federi will be up to bat. For UNLV, now 2 outs and the bases loaded. The Rebels on top 5-0. UNLV today with 2 outs. They're 1 for 3. That one is high and inside. 1-0 is the count. Federi is 1 for 2 on the day. An RBI single to right field in her last plate appearance. Weber State, they will have the top of the lineup, the 1, 2, and 3 hitters. Saltern, Hawker, and Camarillo. The 1-0. Outside 2-0. Kakamisi over at third. Tixon at second. Schmidt at first. Bases loaded. UNLV has done it all 3 innings. The 2-0 pitch. Federi was swinging for the fences on that one. Fouled it back. 2-1 is the count. UNLV has scored in every inning so far. 1 in the first, 3 in the second, 1 in the third. Brianna Burke, as we mentioned, is dealing so far. 9 up, 9 down. He's gotten 7 ground outs and 2 flyouts. Federi gets underneath this one, out of play, and the count goes even, 2-2 with 2 outs and the bases loaded. 5-0 UNLV on top after getting the bases loaded walk by Maddie Schmidt. Her third of the ball game, gets RBI number 2 on the year. Back-to-back games, Schmidt has gotten an RBI for the Rebels. The pitch, high and outside. Looked like Sink was trying to go for the off-speed pitch, but lost control of it. Count goes full 3-2. Sink trying to get out of this inning. The payoff pitch. And it hits Federi up in the left arm. It would have been ball 4 anyway, as it's another run scored for UNLV as Kakamisi will head to the plate. RBI for Justine Federi, and the bases will remain loaded here with 2 outs for Caitlin Covington as the Rebels improve it 6-0. They've scored 2 runs in this inning off of a bases loaded walk. It would have been, I guess you can consider 2 bases loaded walk because that hit Justine Federi was going to be a ball no matter what. So UNLV on top 6-0 here as Amanda Sink trying to limit the damage with the freshman Caitlin Covington coming up to bat. First pitch to Covington is on the outside for a ball, 1-0. So Federi at first, Schmidt at second, and Tixon at third. The 1-0. High and outside, 2-0. All right, now for Weber State, they're just kind of hurting themselves in the circle. Both pitchers have been ineffective so far, as that is another missed pitch as the count goes to 3-0. Donaldson only went an inning and 2/3. Sink so far trying to avoid a bases loaded walk yet again, as that one's taken for a strike, 3-1. Covington has walked in both of her plate appearances. She would like a walk here as she'll tie Maddie Schmidt in that department. 6 walks UNLV has generated so far. The 3-1. Low and outside, and it's another bases loaded walk for UNLV, as this time Caitlin Covington will get the RBI. Her and Maddie Schmidt they're both freshmen, and they both have the same stat line. They haven't registered a bat. They've walked 3 times, and they've gotten an RBI off of one of those walks, as we're going to get another pitching change here for Weber State, as Samantha Diaz will come up to bat with the bases loaded and 2 outs. The Rebels on top by a touchdown. They lead it 7-0 here at Eller Media Stadium. Jacqueline Gold will replace Amanda Sink in the circle for the Wildcats of Weber State, as Sink gets an inning of work. She gave up 2 hits, 3 runs, 3 earned, 4 walks, and a strikeout. And it was not an effective inning, as UNLV has been getting a lot of walks in this inning. For Gold, 2 innings of work so far in this young 2020 season. 2 runs, 2 earned, 9 ERA, 3 hits, 1 walk, 1 strikeout. She's getting up 2 doubles and a home run. As Samantha Diaz will be up to bat. Diaz on the day is 0 for 2. We'll try to get another hit for UNLV, as they have 7 so far, as the first pitch is a strike. 0-1 is the count. Schmidt was able to get a bases loaded walk. Covington with a bases loaded walk. Justine Federi was hit by a pitch with the bases loaded. The 0-1 by Gold. And Diaz knuckles that one foul down the third baseline. Count goes to 0-2. 2 outs. And UNLV giving Brianna Burke a lot of time to get ready for the top of the 4th. She will have a commanding lead. She has not given up a hit so far. 9 up, 9 down for the senior from Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. The 0-2. Outside 1-2. And, for both pitchers for Weber State and Donaldson and Sink, they had moments where they had the hitters for UNLV down 0-2, and they just could not put them away. And UNLV, with their great patience today, got to give them credit. 7 walks that they've drawn. A couple of them have been when there was an 0-2 count. Trejo and Federi have 2 RBIs, as that one is going to be taken low. 2-2 is the count. Stacia Cermak is on deck. She led off this inning with a single. 3 runs across the board for UNLV. The bases are juiced, and Samantha Diaz has a 2-2 count. The pitch from Gold. Diaz knuckles that one yet again foul, and it goes still 2-2. Diaz yesterday had probably one of the longest home runs I've seen here at Eller Media Stadium. Got over the scoreboard, over the second net here at Eller Media Stadium, and it went to about the first row of the parking lot. It was quite the shot. Can Diaz do it again here as a 2-2 pitch? Diaz thought about swinging, was able to hold it back as the pitch went low, and the count goes full yet again, 3-2. As we mentioned, for the Wildcats, they'll have their 1, 2, and 3 hitters due up in the top of the 4th inning. The payoff pitch. Diaz fouls that one out of play, and still full 3-2. Gold is set, trying to get out of this inning. Not trying to give UNLV its 8th walk of the ball game. The 3-2 pitch. Diaz sends this one a mile high into shallow right field coming in, and clamping it down is Saltern, and that will end the inning. But UNLV pushes 3 across the board yet again. The patience for the Rebels was big as they lead it 7-0 as we go to the top of the 4th here at Eller Media Stadium. Top of the 4th here at Eller Media Stadium. Brianna Burke, after waiting a long time there in the bottom of the 3rd, UNLV drew a lot of walks in the bottom half of that 3rd inning, getting 3 runs. Burke will be back out for another inning of works. 9 up, 9 down for the senior as the first pitch is taken on the outside for a ball 1-0. Takesha Saltern will be up to bat. She is 0 for 1 on the day. Next pitch is going to be taken on the outside, 2-0. Burke has gotten all of her outs by way of her defense. 7 ground outs and 2 flyouts. Has not registered a strikeout so far. As that one's going to go right off the glove of Burke, and Samantha Diaz was crashing in, thinking that ball was going to go up the middle, and off the ricochet, goes over to the left side, and Diaz had no chance for the speedster Saltern, and that is going to be, I think, a hit. We'll see, because Saltern has some speed. She's 2 of 2 on stolen base opportunities over at first. That's going to be a hit for Weber State, as that is the first hit UNLV has given up in 8 innings of work over the last 2 games. Jenny Bressler had the no-hitter yesterday. Burke was dominant, 9 up, 9 down. That one just took a unlucky bounce off the glove of Burke, as that's a check swing, and it goes around for a strike. 0-2 is the count to Landy Hawker. The center fielder is 0 for 1 on the day. UNLV will have Cermak, Barker, and Vollmer up to bat, the 7, 8, 9 hitters. They 0-2. And another half swing there, but Hawker did not go around. Count remains, or goes to 1-2. Next pitch is going to be fouled back out of play. Count goes to 1-2. Still at 1-2, sorry. Nobody out. Runner on first. UNLV on top 7-0. The Rebels have scored 1 run in the first, 3 in the second, and 3 in the third. There's it's a foul ball. I thought Hawker had missed that one, but made just a little bit of contact. Vollmer could not hold it down, and still 1-2. Camarero on deck for the Wildcats. The 1-2 by Burke, looking for a first strikeout. Doesn't get it there. Pitch high, 2-2. 7-0 is the score. UNLV on top. The 2-2 pitch. As that one's going to be fouled out of play. Rebels coming into this ball game 3-3. Weber State coming into this ball game 3-3. UNLV dropped their first 2 games of the year against CSUN and Oregon State last weekend. Finished off that tournament 2-3, as that one is going to be sent a little liner to center field. Coming in is Tixon for out number 1. Looked like that ball was going to die out a little bit right off the bat, but it held up longer than I thought, and Tixon had the easy play. She went over to her left, or to my left, her right. And that's 1 out here in the top of the 4th with a runner on first, and coming up to bat will be Chloe Camarero. Camarero will take the first pitch on the outside for a strike, 0-1. On deck for Weber State will be Ashlyn Visser. The 0-1. Outside, 1-1. UNLV trying to build up some momentum as they will go on the road next weekend. As there's a beautiful off-speed pitch, but it was just too low. 2-1 is the count. Rebels play in 5 tournaments this year before starting off conference play against UNR on March 13th through the 15th here at home. And then we'll have as there's a high drive in a right field. It is well hit. Going back is Cermak, who makes a nice play at the warning track. Runner will tag, and she is safe. But a beautiful play by Stacia Cermak, jumping up there near the wall, and is able to take away a potential double for the Wildcats for a big out number 2. Camarero got a good hold of that one, but great play by Cermak over there in right, as Ashlyn Visser will be up to bat for the Wildcats. 2 outs and a runner on second. For Visser, she is 0 for 1 on the day. The first pitch to Burke is going to be slap foul down the right field line. We mentioned UNLV, they'll be playing a 3-game series against Cal, doubleheader on March 20th, and then a home game on March 21st. They'll be on the road against Boise State, bring San Diego State at home. UNLV doesn't play back-to-back home or away series in the Mountain West. As I mentioned yesterday, as an off-speed pitch is going to be taken low, 1-1. Mountain West, it is loaded. I mean, from 1 to 6, it is very, very tight. Those 6 teams in Boise State, Fresno State, Colorado State, San Diego State, San Jose State, and UNLV, there's a lot of tournament potential and the tournament experiences. That was going to be sent to short off the bounce. Nice play, Samantha Diaz with the rocket arm over to first in time for the 3rd out. Weber State finally gets on the board with a hit, but they can't advance the runner home. We go to the bottom of the 4th. UNLV and control this one on top, 7-0 here from Eller Media Stadium. Back here live at Eller Media Stadium. Wyatt Tomchek on the call. Thank you for joining us on your Saturday. Wow, got the days mixed up. Friday, late afternoon as we're approaching evening time here in Sin City. 7-0 UNLV on top. Anastasia Cermak will be up to bat. Cermak, 1 for 2 on the day, got her first hit of the year, a liner to right field. In her last plate appearance and scored a run. As the first pitch is going to be taken high and inside. 1-0 is the count. As we're starting to approach nighttime here. A very, very beautiful February day here in Las Vegas. 2-0 is the count. The key to having these nice days in Vegas, no wind. If you get the wind, no matter what the temperature is, it always feels 10 to 15 degrees cooler. So count is 2-0 as Gold back out in the circle, trying to stop UNLV from scoring. Almost hits Cermak because that one's way inside. 3-0 is the count. Cermak, Barker, and Vollmer are due up for the Rebels as they lead it 7-0. They can score a run here. At least a run. They'll be up 8-0, and Brianna Burke will have a chance at the top of the fifth to run rule the Wildcats. That one is going to be taken low. Ball 4. UNLV, they've drawn now 8 walks in the ball game. The patience for UNLV has been just superb today as Covington and Schmidt have 6 of the 8 walks. Tixon has the other as Lauren Barker will be up to bat for the Rebels. A little bit of a conference call here between the catcher Ho and the pitcher Gold. Lauren Barker up to bat. She's 1 for 2 on the day as the lone strikeout of the ballgame for either team. She struck out in her last plate appearance. The long bottom of the third. UNLV drew a lot of walks in that inning as Cermak is going. The throw 2 seconds, going to go into center field. Cermak could not have a chance to advance as the center fielder Hawker was able to back up that play as Cermak gets her first stolen base of the year. She was going on in her last plate appearance. She went and Lauren Barker kind of swung at a pitch that was low and in the dirt. It was considered a pass ball. So this one is actually the official first stolen base of the year for Cermak. 7-0 UNLV on top of the runner at second. Pitch outside, 2-0. Julia Vollmer on deck for the Rebels. This all but guarantees Lauren Tixon's going to have a chance to bat for the 4th time in this ball game. In every inning, she has bat. Had an at bat as that one is on the outside for a strike. 2-1. So patience for UNLV, 8 walks. They have more walks than they do hits. They do have 7 hits. It's not like the bats aren't alive for UNLV. Outside, 3-1. Now Gold in trouble of walking back-to-back players. 3-1 is the count. Cermak over there at second. Barker, who hit her first home run of the year in last night's win over Montana. The 3-1 is down low, ball 4. Yet again, another walk for UNLV. They've now drawn 9 walks in this ball game. As we have another conference call here for the Wildcats. They have just had no luck today with their starting pitching. Kate Donaldson started off the ball game. She went an inning and 2/3, gave up 5 hits, 4 runs, 4 earned, 3 walks. She faced 13 batters. Sink went an inning of work, gave up 2 hits, 3 runs, 3 earned, 4 walks, and a strikeout. And Gold so far has worked a third of an inning and has walked 2 batters. So that'll bring up Julia Vollmer. Vollmer was pitch hit for in her last plate appearance for Cece Kakamisi. Kakamisi got a hit and scored a run. Vollmer on the day is 1 for 1 as well. She has scored a run, and that hit was her first of the year. So both her and Stacia Cermak have been able to get off the schneid there starting the year over. As Vollmer gets underneath that one, and it goes out of play. 0-1 is the count. Lauren Tixon is on deck for the Rebels. UNLV today with runners on against Donaldson, they were 3 for 8. Against Sink, they were 1 for 4. And against Gold, they were 0 for 1. The 0-1 by Jacqueline Gold. And Vollmer sends a high drive into center field as well. Hit, but not well enough. Cermak thought about tagging. Long throw to third, she would have been out. As Hawker has got a good arm there in center. Makes a nice play. Vollmer sent that one a good ride, but just not well enough. And that is out number 1, as Lauren Tixon will be up to bat for UNLV. Tixon is 1 for 2 on the ball game and has scored 3 runs. She's reached base in every plate appearance. A hit, a single to left field, a walk, and she reached on a fielder's choice. Also has a stolen base. So Cermak at second, Barker at first. Defense is in. We'll see what Tixon has in store for the Wildcats with their speed. The first pitch. Tixon takes that one low, 1-0. And then you have Maddie Schmidt on deck, and Schmidt has walked in every plate appearance. 3 walks. Gold is set the 1-0. Low 2-0. One out in the inning. UNLV on top of this one, 7-0. They've scored in every inning. They've come up to the bat. 1 in the first, 3 in the second, 3 in the third. Cermak at second, Barker at first. Tixon will take that one for a strike. 2-1 is the count. UNLV will be playing in the next game against Montana about 30 minutes after this game. A 2-1. And Tixon's going to send that one right to the shortstop. Throwback to first in time as Lauren Barker was too far out in front, and she is doubled off. First double play of the ball game for either team goes to the Wildcats of Weber State, and that will end the inning. UNLV had an opportunity to go up by 8. Now we'll have to go back out on top by 7. 7-0. Brianna Burke going for a 5th inning of work here from Eller Media Stadium. Back here live at Eller Media Stadium. Wyatt Tomchek on the call. Brianna Burke back out for another inning of work. She has dominated Weber State so far. 4 innings of work. Has not only given up 1 hit, no runs. As the first pitch, bunt, is going to be taken for a strike as Faith Ho tried to catch UNLV napping on that one. Faith on the day is 0 for 1, much like the rest of her team. Next pitch is going to be taken low for a ball, 1-1. So UNLV, for the first time in this ball game, were held scoreless in an inning. Had a chance, but were doubled off on a liner to short, and that one is going to be taken inside. 2-1 is the count. A liner to short that, and UNLV was doubled off with Barker at first. This one trying to get the bunt laid down is ruled foul. 2-2 is the count. The OPS today for UNLV, 996. The OPS for Weber State, just 154. They've only got the farthest they've gotten a runner was to second, as that is a check swing, and the count. I thought it was the last pitch was a strike, but right now they have on the scoreboard 3. Nope, the count is 2-2. There we go. 2-2 is the count. And a swing and a miss there as Brianna Burke gets her first strikeout of the ball game here in the top of the 5th. Overall, that is number 6 on the year for the senior. And coming up to bat for the first time today will be Sargent. Abigail Sargent, who checked in the ball game behind the plate for the Wildcats. And the first pitch is going to be taken for a strike, 0-1. For Sargent, she is 0 for 1 on the year, so this is just her second plate appearance. Wildcats getting dominated right now as they are trailing this one 7-0. And Sargent will send that one in front of the UNLV dugout. 0-2 is the count, 1 out. McHouston is on deck for Weber State. Burke has set the 0-2 pitch with 1 out. Here in the top of the 5th. He is going to be slapped foul out of play. Count remains the same. Burke looking for back-to-back strikeouts. Well, teams have only struck out once each. So 2 overall. As the 0-2 pitch is on the outside corner, strike 3. So Brianna Burke has struck out back-to-back hitters. 2 strikeouts here in the top of the 5th, 2 outs. UNLV try to get their bats back here in the bottom of the 5th to try to run rule the Wildcats down up 7-0. As McHouston will be up to bat, she's 0 for 1 on the day. Just 1 hit for the Wildcats and didn't even go past the infield. There's a swing and a miss on that one. 0-1 is the count. It was a comebacker by Saltern that went off the glove of Brianna Burke. Samantha Diaz had read the ball off the bat. She was going up the middle, but the way the ball bounced off of Burke's glove as that one is fouled back out of play, 0-2 is the count. But the way the ball went, Samantha Diaz had just traveled too far to the left, and they were unable to get the speedster Saltern out at first, and that is the lone hit so far UNLV has given up. 0-2 pitch is taken on the outside, 1-2, 2 outs. So far, UNLV in 9 innings plus, their pitchers have shut out both opponents, Montana and Weber State. A 1-2. And that was going to be sent to short. Diving attempt by Diaz, but she did not have it, could not get the ball out of her glove as she trapped it on the ground, and it's going to be a infield hit for McHouston. So puts a runner on first with 2 outs. Great effort by Diaz over at short. Still, Weber State, all their hits, or both their hits, they haven't been able to get them out of the infield. As Wildcats trying to get a run across the board here. 2 outs. Moeahi, the third baseman, is up to bat. Burke is set the pitch. On the outside for a strike, 0-1. Runner on first, 2 outs. 0-1 is the count. UNLV in control. This one's 7-0. That one's going to be sent to first. Mia Trejo with a diving attempt to her left, but unable to corral that one in, and the count goes to 0-2. Schmidt, Trejo, and Fideri are due up for the Rebels, the 2, 3, and 4 hitters. Burke is set the 0-2 pitch. High and inside, 1-2. Brianna lowering her 2.10 ERA that she came into this ball game. She's 1-0. The 1-2 pitch. Outside, 2-2. McHouston over at first. Burke is set. The 2-2 pitch is going to be sent to second. This will be an easy play for Justine Fideri. Throw the first in time, and that will end the inning. Weber State gets a runner on, but nothing across the board. We go to the bottom of the fifth here at Eller Media Stadium. UNLV in control of this one, 7-0. Maddie Schmidt will lead off the bottom of the fifth for UNLV. If the Rebels can score a run here, they'll run rule the Wildcats of Weber State. Schmidt has not registered a bat. She has an RBI and has scored a run, and she's walked in all 3 plate appearances. Currently right now with 6 walks overall on the year. Half her walks have come in this ball game. Her and Covington both have walked 3 times. UNLV as a team overall has walked 9 times. Mia Trejo is on deck. Justine Federi is in the hole. Both of them have a hit and 2 RBIs to their name today. Defense is in for the speedster Schmidt. Jacqueline Gold back out for another inning of work, and the first pitch is going to be taken low for a ball 1-0. Gold, the third pitcher for Weber State. Donaldson and Sink are the other 2. Schmidt takes that one on the outside, 2-0. All 3 pitchers have all 3 pitchers are struggling right now with Schmidt, and they're really trying to hit that outside corner. They're just not getting the call there. Or getting Schmidt to chase. The 2-0. And Schmidt will send this one right back to Gold. The flip to first in time. So Schmidt makes the first contact of the ball game in play for herself, but it was a comebacker right up the middle. And that will bring up Mia Trejo. Trejo is 1 for 3 on the day with 2 RBIs. An RBI ground out and an RBI single. An RBI single came in the first inning. Scored Lauren Tixon, was the first run of the ball game for UNLV. They've scored 1 in the third, 2 in the second, 3 in the second, and 3 in the third. Pitch outside, 1-0 to the senior for UNLV. Gold is set, the 1-0. And Trejo gets underneath this one. It's going into foul territory, but the first baseman, Visser, is able to clamp it down. That's back-to-back at-bats for Mia Trejo that she has popped up into foul territory over there on the right side and caught by the first baseman. With 2 outs in the inning, Justine Federi will be up to bat, and give credit to Jacqueline Gold, part of the lineup that's given Weber State a lot of problems so far today. She's breezed through it to the first 2 batters, getting Schmidt and Trejo out. Justine Federi will be up to bat. Federi is 1 for 2 on the day. A single, an RBI single in one of her plate appearances, then was hit by a pitch. Would have been ball 4 either way. It was an RBI for her as the first pitch is taken on the outside for a strike, 0-1. Federi is up. On deck is Covington, who has 3 walks as well. The 0-1 by Gold. Federi thought about swinging around. She's able to hold their swing, and the count goes to 1-1. Weber State trying to keep this game alive here as we go to the top of the 6th. If UNLV can't score, as Federi swings and misses at that one. 1-2 is the count. UNLV is up 7-0. The first 3 innings of the ball game, UNLV got the bases loaded in all 3 innings. We're held scoreless in the first when that situation happened, but we're able to get some runs in the second and third inning. A 1-2 pitch. Federi late on that one. And it goes out of play. 1-2 is the count. And she hits it over to the next team that UNLV will be playing as they're warming up behind the dugout. The away dugout here at Eller Media Stadium, Montana Grizzlies. The Grizzlies were no hit by UNLV yesterday by Jenny Bressler. The 1-2 pitch from Gold. And Federi swings and misses at that one. And that will end the inning. It's a 1-2-3 inning for Jacqueline Gold. The first time Weber State has been able to get that accomplishment against UNLV today. To the top of the 6th we go. UNLV on top, 7-0 here at Eller Media Stadium. Here in the top of the 6th, UNLV and Weber State, as the first pitch by Brianna Burke is going to be taken on the outside. 7-0 is the score. Rebels in front of Weber State. As a bunt attempt here, Mia Trail will pick it up fair and will tag out the base runner Courtney Petska, who tried to catch UNLV napping. 3 unassisted. Third time Mia Trail has had that play defensively. Takesha Saltern will be up to bat. She has one of the 2 hits for Weber State as the first pitch is on the outside for a strike. 0-1 is the count. Saltern got the first hit against the UNLV pitching staff this weekend. After the ball went off the glove of Brianna Burke, it was a comebacker, and Samantha Diaz went charging up the middle, thinking that it was going to go up the middle, but the ricochet went over to her normal spot, and it resulted in an infield single. Both hits for the Wildcats have not got out of the infield, as that one is going to be slapped foul down the left field line. Count goes to 1-2. UNLV, they'll have the 5, 6, and 7 hitters due up in the bottom of the 6th inning. Covington, Diaz, and Cermak. 1-2 is the count. The pitch, Burke. And that one hit. That one hit Saltern, and she goes to first base. Second time she has reached base, and that's the first hit batter Brianna Burke has had so far today. And looking at the stat sheet, that is the first one she has hit all year long in her brief 2 appearances. She came in 6 2/3 before this ball game, as she's getting extended amount of work here, as that one's going to be sent to third. Barker with the scoop throw to first. It's going to be a close play, and it is not in time. Hawker was able to beat out the throw, as Barker kind of was a little bit slow on the scoop there. Hawker has a little bit of speed going down that first baseline, and it just was safe. So after the hit batter and the infield single yet again, all 3 hits for Weber State. They have not gotten out of the infield. As we're going to have a pitch hitter for the Wildcats. Caitlin Whiting will be up to bat. Whiting will be pitch hitting here for Camarero. Try to get some runs across the board for the Wildcats as Burke goes with the off-speed pitch. 0-1 is the count. For Whiting on the year, 3 hits and 15 plate appearances, 4 RBIs, a double, 2 walks, and 4 strikeouts. The average sitting at 200. And she's going to send a little blooper foul down the first base line over the head of Mia Trejo. Count goes to 0-2 as Saltern will head back to second. Hawker back at first. The 0-2 pitch, a big swing and a miss on a pitch well out of the zone and outside, and Brianna Burke gets a big strikeout there. Her third of the ball game. 2 outs here with runners on second and first. Looks like we're going to have maybe another pitch hitter here for Weber State. I've got 23. Visser's 32. It might be, I don't know if I'm reading it wrong here. As the count is 0-1. So it is a pitch hitter. Burke is sent the 0-1. And it's going to be sent to third down the third base line foul. Count goes to 0-2. 2 outs with runners on second and first. Suri and Kikahuna is up to bat. Burke is set, trying to get another strikeout, but she went well too outside on that one, way far, and it went off the glove of Julia Vollmer. And the runners will advance over to second and third. Saltern will head to third. Hawker over to second. Kikahuna has a 1-2 count, and she sends a little blooper that's going to be caught by Samantha Diaz right in front, right behind the bag at second, and that will end the inning. Good read off the bat by Samantha Diaz, and that will end the inning as we go to the bottom of the 6th. UNLV on top, 7-0 here at Eller Media Stadium. Seven nothing is the score. UNLV on top of Weber State. If UNLV can score a run here in the bottom of the 6th, the game will be over. If not, Brianna Burke will go out for the complete game shutout here in the top of the 7th. Caitlin Covington will be up to bat for the Rebels. She hasn't registered in bat. She has walked in 3 plate appearances, all 3 plate appearances, and has an RBI off of a bases loaded walk. As Gold will be set, the first pitch to Covington will be in there for a strike 0-1. Covington, Diaz, and Cermak will be the hitters for UNLV. As Brianna Burke was able to work out probably the most difficult jam of the ballgame so far, as a check swing by Covington did not go around. 1-1 is the count. Burke had hit a batter and then gave up an infield single. 2 on 1 out, but she was able to get the strikeout and a pop-up that Samantha Diaz was able to clamp down just behind the second base bag as Covington takes a big rip at that one. 1-2 is the count. And Covington chased out of the zone on that one. She's done a really good job so far being patient. I wonder, obviously when when you're a freshman, you want to hit, and they haven't had a lot of opportunities to get some good pitches to hit. As Covington sends a little blooper into right field coming in, and a running catch by the right fielder for Weber State. Saltern is able to take away a hit by Covington going to the opposite field. 1 out in the inning. Samantha Diaz will be up to bat for UNLV. Diaz, so far 0 for 3, and has left 5 base runners on. 1 out in the inning. Diaz, who had a great game yesterday against Montana, that big home run in the bottom of the 3rd inning. She'll take the first pitch down low for a ball, 1-0. Stacia Cermak on deck. And if either Diaz or Cermak can keep this inning alive, Lauren Barker is in the hole. That last inning was the first inning that Lauren Tixon hasn't hit in the same inning, as that one goes right back to Gold. 1-3 as Samantha Diaz is now 0 for 4 on the ball game. 2 outs here in the top of the 6th for Stacia Cermak. Cermak 1 for 2. Has a walk and has scored a run. Has left 3 base runners on and has also had a stolen base. And maybe we might get a pitch hitter here for Cermak. Head coach Christy Fox talking it over, and looks like we will for UNLV. Let's see the number here. And it looks like it's going to be the younger sister. The younger sister of Mia Trejo, Alyssa Trejo, will be up to bat. Alyssa batting left, opposite of her sister, who is a right-handed hitter. So Alyssa Trejo will get the opportunity here. As the first pitch by Gold is taken low and went by the catcher. For Alyssa on the year, she is 0 for 5, has struck out 1 of her plate appearances, so she's looking for her first career hit as a Rebel. 2 outs in the inning, 1-0 is the count. And the pitch is going to be taken for a strike. 1-1 is the count. If Trejo can keep this inning alive, Lauren Barker, as we mentioned, is on deck. UNLV 3-3 on the year. Weber State 3-3. UNLV just took the reins right away and were just dominant, scoring all 7 of the runs in the first 3 innings. Doing every which way. First inning was an RBI single. In the second, they got 2 runs off of an RBI ground out. 2 runs scored off of a ground out. Lauren Tixon caught the Wildcats sleeping. She took a gamble to home. The ball was dropped by the catcher as Alyssa Trejo sends a high drive into right field, but it is going to stay in the ballpark. Saltern will clamp that one down, and that will end the inning. To the top of the 7th we go here at Eller Media Stadium. Last chance for the Wildcats as they're down 7-0 to UNLV here at Eller Media Stadium. Faith Ho will be up to bat here in the top of the 7th as the Wildcats hoping for a prayer here against Brianna Burke. Burke looking for her second complete game of the year, as the first pitch is going to be taken for a strike 0-1. The other one was against CSUN back in UNLV's first win of the year last Saturday. 0-1 is the count. Off-speed pitch, beautifully placed by Burke. 0-2 is the count. So UNLV looking for another complete game shutout. Jenny Bressler had it through 5 innings yesterday as UNLV run ruled the Grizzlies of Montana 8-0. Today UNLV on top 7-0. Burke looking for the complete game through 7 innings. As there's this swing and a miss. Brianna Burke has gotten the strikeouts going here late in the ball game. She now has 4, all of them coming from the 5th inning and beyond. For Burke in the first 3 innings, 9 up, 9 down. 7 of them came by groundouts, 2 by flyouts. So she's been doing it every which way as Sargent sends this one foul down the third baseline. 0-1 is the count. 1 out here in the top of the 7th. UNLV 7 runs off of 7 hits, no errors. Weber State, no runs off of 3 hits, no errors. There's a swing and a miss. Burke got Sargent way out in front of that one. 0-2 is the count. McCuson is on deck. The pitch, and there's a high pop-up that's going to stay in play. Mia Trail goes over to her left, clamps it down for out number 2. And Sargent pops up to Trail into foul territory. Down to their final out of the ball game is Weber State. McCuson will be up to bat, 1 for 2 on the day. As we mentioned multiple times for Weber State, they have 3 hits, but none of them have gone out of the infield. They've all been infield singles. We haven't had the big timely hitting as the pitch on the outside for a strike 0-1. Burke is set, the 0-1. That one misses on the outside. 1-1 is the count. Two outs in the inning. The senior is set. We'll send a little knuckler to first. Mia Trejo, yet again, like she started the ball game, 3 unassisted, and that will end the game as UNLV in dominant fashion shut out the Wildcats of Weber State 7-0. Brianna Burke hits McCuson out on the ground out. For Burke, that was the 11th ground out she has had in the ball game. 6 flyouts to go along with her 4 strikeouts. And UNLV wins it 7-0. Burke is the winning pitcher, going 7 innings, gave up 3 hits, no runs, no earned, no walks, and 4 strikeouts, improves to 2-0 on the year. Donaldson is the losing pitcher. She falls to 0-3, an inning and 2/3. She gave up 5 hits, 4 runs, 4 earned, 3 walks. Sink had an inning of work. She gave up 2 hits, 3 runs, 3 earned, 4 walk, and a strikeout. And Gold was really the dominant pitcher. Shut down UNLV in a 3 1/3. Gave up 2 walks, but no hits and no runs given up. For UNLV, they win it 7-0. Batting-wise, 7 players had hits. They were 7 for 24 as a team, 6 RBIs, and they were able to draw 9 walks. 3 for Covington, 3 for Schmidt. Lauren Tixon had a hit. Mia Trail with an RBI single, 2 RBIs as well. Justine Federi with an RBI single, 2 RBIs as well. Trails was an RBI ground out. For Federi was a bases loaded hit by a pitch. Cermak and Julia Vollmer were able to get their first hits of the year. Cece Kakamisi with a pitch hit single, and Lauren Barker with a single as well. The patience for UNLV was big as they had 9 walks, and they were able to get all 7 runs in the first 3 innings. So UNLV will be back in action in about 30 minutes or so against Montana. We'll have the call here. Coming up next on the YouTube channel provided by UNLV Athletics. UNLV wins their first game here of the doubleheader. They improved to 4-3 on the year. Weber State falls to 3-4. So if you're a UNLV fan and staying tuned in with us. We'll see you in about 30 minutes. For all the Weber State fans out there, thank you for joining us on the YouTube channel provided by UNLV Athletics. UNLV wins this one 7-0 here at Eller Media Stadium. And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here to Eller Media Stadium as a foul ball down the third base line as UNLV and Montana getting ready for Game 2 for both teams. UNLV 4-3 on the year. The Grizzlies of Montana also 4-3. Rematch of yesterday's absolute dominance by UNLV, in which Jenny Bressler got a no-hitter. UNLV won 8-0. Run ruled the Grizzlies by the top of the fifth inning. Charlie Masterson is in the circle for UNLV as the next pitch is going to be taken low for a ball. Second game for UNLV, they just wrapped up a 7-0 win over Weber State. Masterson is set, and the pitch is going to be fouled out of play down the first base line. 2 strikes on the leadoff hitter for Montana, Kylie Becker. The third baseman, sophomore, batting 167 on the year, 1 hit and 6 plate appearances. The 1-2 by Masterson is going to be fouled back into the net. Charlie, the senior from Boulder City, Nevada, hasn't given up a earned run so far this year. 0.00 ERA, 2 games that she's appeared in. 1 start, 1 complete game. 7 1/3 innings. She's given up 7 hits, 1 run. None of them have been earned. 2 walks and 6 strikeouts. The 1-2 pitch is going to be sent to third. Backhand by Barker. Long throw over to first in time. That was a beautiful play by Lauren Barker at third, and UNLV has the first out of the ball game. Ground out to third. Batting second for the Grizzlies will be Lexi Knaus. The junior hasn't registered a hit so far this year. 0 hits in 3 plate appearances. For Masterson, 2 walks, 6 strikeouts. Opponents are hitting .241 against the senior. The first pitch is fouled back into the net. Montana in their white uniforms, white helmets. UNLV, red tops, white bottoms. Masterson, the 0-1 pitch. Drag bunt by Knaus, and that is going to be taken for a strike. 0-2. Masterson looking for strikeout number 7 on the year. As the next pitch is a swing and a miss, strike 3. Charlie Masterson gets Knaus out on 3 strikes, swing and a miss. 2 outs in the inning as UNLV, the starting pitching in the first 2 games here of the Marucci Desert Classic, have not given up a run so far. The first baseman, Cami Sellers, will be up to bat. The junior batting .500, 2 hits and 4 plate appearances. As the first pitch is taken for a ball 1-0. I don't believe these stats aren't fully updated because Sellers and them played it yesterday, so I don't believe they're fully right on that one. So we'll hold off on those. As there is a ground ball to second. Justine Fideri deep in the hole. The throw off her back foot, going to her side, and she throws it to first in time. 2 nice plays by Lauren Barker and Justine Fideri, and that will end the inning. A 1-2-3 inning for Charlie Masterson as we go to the bottom of the first here at Eller Media Stadium. UNLV up to bat for the first time. 0-0 is the score. Bottom of the first here at Eller Media Stadium. Michaela Hood will be the starting pitcher for this Montana Grizzlies team. UNLV coming up to bat will be Lauren Tixon. Tixon, the speedster, batting .318 right now, 7 hits and 22 plate appearances and 2 RBIs, as the first pitch is going to be taken for a ball 1-0. Tixon, Schmidt, and Trejo are the starters are the first three due up in the bottom of the first. Justine Federi, Caitlin Covington, Samantha Diaz, Stacia Cermak, Lauren Barker, and Cece Kakamisi will be the starting lineup for UNLV as the next pitch is taken for a strike 1-1. For UNLV and for head coach Christy Fox, as the Rebels are 4-3. The only change in the lineup from last game is Kakamisi is behind the plate instead of Julia Vollmers. That one is way high, almost hit Lauren Tixon. Count goes to 2-1. Kakamisi came off the bench and had a pitch hit single in her plate appearance against Weber State. UNLV has outscored their opponents in the first two games of the Marucci Desert Classic 15-0, the 2-1 pitch. And Tixon will slap that one foul down the left field line. Associate head coach Andy Jarvis picks up his leg just in time to let that ball go by. 2-2 is the count. 0-0 is the score as Michaela Hood in the circle for Montana, the Grizzlies, trying to avenge that 8-0 loss to UNLV yesterday as the 2-2 pitch is a swing and a miss, strike 3. Lauren Tixon strikes out for the 5th time this year, first of the ball game as Hood gets the strikeout. Maddie Schmidt will be up to bat, and Schmidt was able to draw 3 walks in the previous game against Weber State. 6 walks overall, 400 average, 6 hits and 15 plate appearances. An on-base percentage right now at .571. She'll take the first pitch down the middle for a strike 0-1. UNLV had a lot of patience in the last game against Weber State. They were able to draw 9 walks in that game. It was quite impressive for the Rebels as Schmidt will take that one high for a ball 1-1. Maddie, standing 5'3", outfielder freshman from Yorba Linda, California. One of the 5 newcomers on this UNLV team, true freshman, as that one is in there for a strike 1-2. Mia Trejo is on deck for the Rebels. And Justine Federi is in the hole if UNLV can keep this inning alive for Federi. The 1-2 from Hood. Taking high, 2-2. Michaela Hood, a senior pitcher, 5'10", from Las Vegas, Nevada. Local game for her. She went to Spring Valley High School. As the 2-2 pitch is swung on a miss, strike 3, 2 strikeouts to start the ball game up for Hood, and Mia Trejo will come up to bat as Schmidt strikes out for her 5th time of the year. And Mia Trejo will be up to bat. Trejo, .267 average, 4 hits and 15 plate appearances, 6 RBIs and a home run. She's walked 7 times. She had 2 RBIs in the last game against Weber State. As the first pitch is going to be taken high for a ball 1-0. Well, Charlie Masterson had a quick work in the top of the first. Michaela Hood, quick work through the first 2 batters. Thought yesterday's game between UNLV and Montana was going to be a pitcher's duel as Trejo gets underneath that one, but UNLV exploded in the 3rd inning, got 6 runs, all with 2 outs. It started with Caitlin Covington getting a 2-run double in the left center field. Samantha Diaz with an absolute bomb to left field that cleared everything and a 2-run home run, and then Lauren Barker with an opposite field 2-run home run. And UNLV, there was plenty of runs for Jenny Bressler, who did not give up a hit or a run. That one hits on the outside corner, 1-2. Montana really threatening the top half of that 3rd inning. They had the bases loaded. As Bressler had walked the bases loaded, but they couldn't get anything across the board, and UNLV took advantage in the bottom half of that inning as the 1-2 pitch. Trejo late on that one, goes foul out of play. Still 1-2, 2 outs in the inning for the junior first baseman, who's been a solid player for head coach Christy Fox in her 2+ years here at UNLV. Opponents don't really like pitching to Mia. With 2 outs this year, she has not gotten a hit, though. Let's see if that will change. Well, nope, she didn't get hit. I think it hit the end of the bat. So it's a foul ball. Or maybe not. I didn't see anything by the umpire. It might have been just been a pass ball. 2-2 is the count. So Dixon and Schmidt struck out swinging to start the ball game off for UNLV. The 2-2 outside, just missing. 3-2 is the count. Trejo looking for her 8th walk of the year, and as many games she has started for UNLV. Rebels 4-3, Montana 4-3. First time UNLV has been above 500 this year, as Trejo early on that one slaps it foul down the left field line. Count still full 3-2. UNLV in 12 innings of work on the pitching side, they have not given up a run. They've only given up 3 hits. I guess he now can add up 13 with Charlie Masterson getting through the first relatively easy. 1-2-3 with a strikeout. I mean, between Bressler, Burke, and Masterson, UNLV's pitching has just been fantastic. It was really a strong point of the returners coming this year in the 2020 season. Off-speed pitch is taken high for a strike 3. Mia Trejo thought she was going to get awarded ball 4. She was running to first, but the home plate umpire sent her right back. It's a 1-2-3 inning as Michaela Hood strikes out the side. Go to the top of the second. 0-0 is the score here at Eller Media Stadium. Top of the second here at Eller Media Stadium. Combined 4 strikeouts between UNLV and Montana. Masterson has 1. Michaela Hood has the other 3. UNLV. As this one is going to be sent to left field for a base hit. And that's the first hit Montana has had against UNLV, as the designated player Ashley Ward was just pumped up as she was just almost like she hit the game-winning base hit over at first, as Montana gets the leadoff runner on here with nobody out. And that will bring up McGrath, the shortstop. Megan McGrath. Defense is in. First pitch on the outside for a ball 1-0. Well, for Ward, I think that base hit was a little bit special for her because she is from Henderson, Nevada, by way of Coronado High School. As that one's going to be sent to left field as well. Back-to-back singles. Ward will stay at second. And McGrath gets the base hit. And Weisgram will be up to bat now. And this is probably the best opportunity Montana's had to score against UNLV in 2 games. Besides that bases loaded situation, as now CeCe Kakamisi will talk it over with Charlie Masterson. And now the entire infield will come over and have a discussion as well. So Masterson, after breezing through the top of the first, a 1-2-3 inning. Relatively 2 quick hits here by Montana. And the Grizzlies have an opportunity here to get on the board first against UNLV, as Weisgram will be up to bat. And she's going to send that one foul down the left field line, just out in front. 1-1 is the count. So this is the third pitcher in the UNLV's three-headed monster. We've seen Bressler, we've seen Burke, and now Charlie Masterson out there. The 0-1. Bunt shown. Did she go around? She did not. 1-1 is a count. Haley Aarons is the other pitcher for UNLV that has had some time in the circle this year. That one is not going to be laid down. It got by Wisegram, and that is a strike. 1-2 is the count. So Ward over at second, McGrath at first, getting singles to left field. We love a double play here. Defense expecting that bunt. They're in. The 1-2 pitch is fouled back into the net. Still 1-2. UNLV in the bottom of the second will have Justine Fideri, Caitlin Covington, and Samantha Diaz due up, the 4, 5, and 6 hitters. Masterson gets her side, the 1-2 pitch. Inside, 2-2. Defensively for UNLV, out in left field, you've got Maddie Schmidt in center, Lauren Tixon, and in right, Stacia Cermak. Barker's over at third, Diaz is over at short, Fideri at second, Mia Trejo at first, and Kakamisi is behind the plate. Masterson looking for her second strikeout of the ball game, and she does get it. Does swing and a miss. Wisegram goes down. A big out number 1 for Masterson here in the top of the second inning. So Masterson gets the big strikeout there, keeps Ward at second and McGrath at first. McKenna Jaden will be up to bat for the Grizzlies. And Jaden swings and misses at that one. She was going for the fences. 0-1 is the count. Zero is the score. Montana's got the first 2 hits of the ball game. They're trying to threat here, but Jaden swings and misses at that one. 0-2 is the count. Masterson looking for back-to-back strikeouts. The 0-2 pitch. Misses on the outside. 1-2 is the count. With Ward at second, McGrath at first. As we mentioned, Ward got the hit, and she was pumped up. She's from Henderson, Nevada. Went to Coronado High School, which is not about 25 minutes away from Charlie Masterson High School in Boulder City. As that one is popped up, Justine Fideri. Nope, it's going to be Mia Trejo that's going to clamp it down. And that's a big out number 2. A soft pop-up to the first baseman. So after giving up 2 straight hits, Masterson gets the strikeout and the pop-up to first. And that'll bring up Phelps. Julie Phelps, the right fielder, a freshman. Let's see if she can get Montana on the board here. And the first pitch. It's on the outside corner for a strike, 0-1. 2 outs here in the top of the second with 2 runners on. Hayton is on deck for the Grizzlies if Phelps can keep this inning alive. Mentioned for UNLV, though, the 4, 5, and 6 hitters due up in the bottom of the second inning. The first pitch by Masterson is a swing and a miss. Second pitch, sorry. And the count is 0-2. Charlie 1 strike away from getting out of this second inning jam. Masterson gets her sign. The 0-2 pitch is a swing and a miss, strike 3. Charlie Masterson gets her third strikeout of the ball game, leaves 2 runners on the base pass, and we go to the bottom of the second here at Eller Media Stadium. 0-0 is the score between UNLV and Montana. Justine Federi will lead it off for UNLV here in the bottom of the second inning. Federi, Covington, and Diaz due up for the Rebels as they go up against Michaela Hood, who struck out the side. 2 swings and misses on Tixon and Schmidt, and then Mia Trejo was caught looking on a 3-2 pitch. Federi will take that one for a strike. 0-1 is the count to the senior, batting just .250 right now. 5 hits and 20 plate appearances, 2 doubles, a home run, and 7 RBIs. The 7 RBIs lead this UNLV lineup. I think for Justine, she'd like to get that average just a little bit higher as the 0-1 pitch. She sends a high drive into center field. It was well hit, going at the wall, and it dies out just a couple feet in front of the wall. And that is a loud out number 1 as Wisegram was able to clamp that one down. Good contact by Federi, but just not enough as Caitlin Covington will be up to bat. Covington batting .389 on the year, 7 hits and 18 plate appearances, 2 doubles, and 4 RBIs. She also was able to draw 3 walks in the win against Weber State. Covington had that big 2-run double that got the scoring going for UNLV in the bottom of the 3rd yesterday against Montana. Samantha Diaz on deck for the Rebels. Covington trying to get on base here as UNLV. First 4 batters have been retired by Hood. 2-0 is the count, 1 out. Masterson, who gave up back-to-back singles to Ward and McGrath, was able to strike out Wisegram and Phelps. Got a big pop-up by Jaden over to first. Good job by Masterson as the off-speed pitch is going to be taken inside for a strike. 2-1 is the count. Samantha Diaz on deck for the Rebels. I said it earlier, she had one of the longest home runs I've seen here at Eller Media Stadium as Covington will send this one to short. Easy play, 6-3, and that is the second out of the bottom of the second here at Eller Media Stadium as McGrath was able to get that one easily. So with 2 outs, Samantha Diaz will be up to bat. Diaz, the junior, batting .263, 5 hits and 19 plate appearances, 2 home runs, and 5 RBIs. .391 on-base percentage for the junior. And the first pitch is going to be taken on the outside for a strike. 0-1. Stacia Cermak is on deck for the Rebels. If Diaz can keep this inning alive, check swing but did not go around, and the pitch was low. 1-1. It'll be the 9-1 and 2 hitters due up in the top of the 3rd for Montana. Hayton, Becker, and Knaus. Diaz will send a rocket over to short. Throw over to first in time. So the shortstop McGrath for Montana is able to get 2 straight groundouts. That one was a little bit more difficult, but it's a 1-2-3 inning for Michaela Hood. And we go to the top of the 3rd. Pitchers duel so far. 0-0 is the score here at Eller Media Stadium. Top of the 3rd here at Eller Media Stadium. Charlie Masterson back out for another inning of work. Masterson has given up 2 hits so far, but has also struck out 3 Montana Grizzly batters. I remember the last game for UNLV against Montana, both teams did strike out a lot. Jenny Bressler was able to get 8 strikeouts. UNLV, had, if I'm not mistaken, I think they had 7 overall with their hitters. As the first pitch is going to be taken low for a ball, 1-0. The left fielder, Kylie Hayton, up to bat. Masterson set, and that pitch is going to hit the strike zone. 1-1. The 9-1 and 2 hitters due up for Montana. UNLV so far after striking out the first three batters by Michaela Hood, Tixon, Schmidt, and Trejo, Federi, Covington, and Diaz, all were able to make contact but not in play, or not able to result on a hit. 1-2 is the count after the swing and miss. Federi almost missed on a home run. She hit it to the deepest part of the ballpark. Covington and Diaz both grounded out to short. The 1-2 from Masterson is, wow, that was very close. 2-2. Charlie almost just missed out on her fourth strikeout of the ball game. So far came in with 6 strikeouts. She's got half of that right now with 3. The senior set the 2-2 pitch. And that one is just fouled off by Hayton as she just kind of threw the bat out just to make contact. Still 2-2. UNLV off to a much better start than they did in their last tournament of the Rebel Kickoff. They lost their first 2 games and finished out that tournament 2-3. Won the first 2. That one just misses on the outside yet again, so the count goes full 3-2 after Masterson being up 1-2. 2 straight close pitches to Kylie Hayton, and count will be full here. Masterson has only walked 2 batters so far in her 9 innings of work. The payoff pitch by Masterson is a swing and a miss, strike 3. Charlie Masterson has now struck out 4 Montana Grizzly batters. 1 out here in the top of the third. Back to the top of the lineup for Montana and Kylie Becker. Becker is 0 for 1 on the day. Masterson has gotten 4 outs by way of strikeouts, 2 groundouts, and a flyout. As that one is going to be rocketed into left field for a base hit. First pitch swinging for Becker, and she has the 3rd single for Montana. 1 out, a runner on first here for Lexi Knaus. Knaus is 0 for 1 on the day. She's one of the 4 strikeout victims by Charlie Masterson. So all 3 hits by Montana have went into left field. That one is going to be fouled out of play over the dugout for Montana. 0-1. Becker over at first. She hasn't attempted a stolen base from the stats that I've gotten here. Sellers on deck. The 0-1 is a swing and a miss there. 0-2 is the count. Charlie Masterson trying to keep that scoreless streak alive for UNLV. As the 0-2 pitch just misses on the outside. So far, they're up to 14 straight innings. In the game against Southern Utah, they were shutting out the Thunderbirds until the last play, which was a double, but the base runner got thrown out at second, which the base runner tried to advance a single to the double, and she was thrown out. As this one's going to be sent to third. Oh, nope, to short. Diaz goes for the force out at second, and they do get the lead runner. Becker out at second. Knaus safe at first. Looked like Lauren Barker was going to have a chance there to get that to her left, but was just a little bit out in front, and Diaz was able to get on the backhand and get the force out. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Masterson trying to strand a couple more, another base runner for Montana. 2 outs in the inning. As the first pitch is going to be taken for a strike. 0-1 is the count. To Cami Sellers. Sellers is 0 for 1 on the day. 3 hits so far for Montana, but they've all been singles. That one just misses on the outside. 1-1 is the count. With runners on today in the brief game so far, 2 2/3. Montana is hitting 1 for 5. They're 0 for 2 with 2 outs. The 1-1 by Charlie Masterson is going to be sent to first, right to Mia Trail, 3 unassisted. And that will end the inning. Montana gets a single to left, but nothing across the board. To the bottom of the third we go here at Eller Media Stadium. 0-0 is the score between UNLV and Montana. Stacia Cermak will be up to bat for the Rebels. 7-8-9 hitters, as they have not been able to get a hit so far against Michaela Hood. 6 up, 6 down for the senior. The first pitch to Cermak, and she slaps that one foul out of play, 0-1. The sophomore, Cermak, finally got her first hit of the year, 1 for 16.062. See if she can build some momentum, batting in that 7th spot. Cermak, Barker, and Kakamisi due up. As there's a dribbler to third, easy play, throw over to first in time. Becker over to Sellers, and that is the first out here in the bottom of the third. That'll bring up Lauren Barker. Barker, the sophomore, batting .357, 5 hits and 14 plate appearances. 1 home run and 2 RBIs. That home run came yesterday against this Montana team that went over the right center field wall. Part of that 6-run third inning. First pitch to the sophomore third baseman is taken low for a ball, 1-0. Kakamisi is on deck, and if they can keep this inning alive, Lauren Tixon is in the hole. Off-speed pitch on the inside, taken low, 2-0 is the count. 3 hits so far for the Grizzlies, none for UNLV. Teams have combined to strike out 7 times. Masterson has struck out 4. Hood has struck out 3, and that was the first 3 that she faced. 2-0 in there for a strike, 2-1. This was a pitcher's duel yesterday against these two teams up until this bottom of the third inning, so let's see what UNLV, they can find that magic yet again as Barker chases that one and knocks it out of play into the streets down the right field line. 2-2 is the count. The 2-2. Inside and low, 3-2. Full count, 1 out. Lauren Barker trying to find a way to reach base here and give UNLV its first base runner. And 7 up, 7 down for Michaela Hood. Inside, and she just missed. And Lauren Barker gets the first base runner by way of a walk. Barker has now drawn 4 walks on the year. The patience continues for UNLV after they drew a lot of walks against Weber State in the previous game today. So that'll bring up CC Kakamisi. Kakamisi is 1 for 7. It's the third game that she has started. 143 average and an RBI. She got her first hit off of a pitch hit against Weber State as Kakamisi goes chasing after the first one. This was going into shallow right field. Coming over is Canals, the second baseman. 1 pitch, 1 out. Now 2 outs here in the inning, and that will bring up Lauren Tixon. Tixon is 0 for 1 on the day, struck out in her first plate appearance. And we'll see if the second time around creates a little problems for Michaela Hood. So far, is no hit in UNLV. He was giving up the walk, so the perfect game is gone. First pitch, taken low, 1-0. Ward, McGrath, and Wisegram are due up for the Grizzlies in the top of the 4th. Ward and McGrath have 2 of the 3 hits for Montana. Tixon will take that one for a strike, 1-1. Barker at first has not attempted a stolen base this year. The 2-0 and Tixon. Little dribbler to third. It's a fair ball. Throw to first is in time. Ooh, that was a close play. Coach Christy Fox thought it was going to be safe, but the first base umpire calls out the speedster Tixon. Nice play there by Becker. That was going to be a very, very difficult play, and that will end the inning. UNLV was so close to extend this inning off of an infield single, but they are retired yet again. We go to the top of the 4th. 0-0 is the score between UNLV and Montana. Top of the 4th here in a fast-paced game between UNLV and Montana. Ashley Ward will be up to bat. Ward, the designated player for Montana, is 1 for 1, single to left field in her first plate appearance. Ward, McGrath, and Wisegram, they go up against Charlie Masterson. Masterson, as this one is going to be sent to first. Mia Trejo has it. She'll tag out Ward. 1 pitch, 1 out here in the top of the 4th as Masterson gets the better of Ward on this at bat. Megan McGrath will be up to bat. McGrath is 1 for 1, single to left field in her first plate appearance. Masterson so far 3 1/3. She's given up those 3 hits, 4 strikeouts. That was the 5th ground out that she has gotten, and also has 1 fly out. 2 out of the 3 innings, Montana has gotten runners on against Masterson, but they're just hitting 1 for 6. They're 0 for 3 with 2 outs. The count is 1-0. McGrath is set, so is Masterson, and a swing and a miss there. Masterson with a nice pitch, 1-1 is the count. UNLV will have the 2, 3, and 4 hitters due up in the bottom of the 4th inning, Schmidt, Trejo, and Federi. UNLV still looking for their first hit of the ball game. Got their first base runner by way of a walk to Lauren Barker. The 1-1 from Masterson is going to be sent to left field, and a nice play right on a line to Schmidt. Unfortunately for McGrath, that was a right-handed ball to Schmidt in left field, and that is 2 outs here in the top of the 4th inning. Brooklyn Wisegram will be up to bat. She's 0 for 1 with a strikeout in her first plate appearance. Mentions a fast-paced game. The other game against Weber State took its time because UNLV drawing a lot of walks. They won it 7-0. We're just a run away from getting the run rule like they did against this Montana team on Thursday. Masterson set the 1-0. He is a little chopper to second. Federi comes in, and she fumbles the ball, and that is going to be most likely an error on Justine Federi. Masterson got the ground out, but Federi coming in could not hold on to the bouncing ball, and it results in an error. So the inning will continue here as Jaden will be up to bat. McKenna Jaden is 0 for 1 on the day. So the error for UNLV, their first of the ball game. That's the second so far in 2+ games this weekend. The other one was by Jenny Bressler. First pitch is going to be taken for a strike, 0-1. Phelps is on deck if Jaden can keep this inning alive. As we mentioned, they are 0 for 4 with 2 outs today and just 1 for 6 with runners on. The 0-1 from Masterson is down and away, 1-1. Wisegram at first. The 1-1 from Charlie. Outside 2-1. I mentioned for UNLV, they'll have the 2, 3, and 4 hitters, Schmidt, Trejo, and Federi. Still looking for their first hit of the ball game. Masterson has not given up a run so far in her 10 1/3 innings pitched. That includes this game here. The 2-1 is going to go up the middle past a diving Samantha Diaz. They're going to hold the runner at second. So after the error, a single by Jaden, and now puts the pressure on Charlie Masterson here with 2 outs. Also the pressure on Justine Federi, who's just hoping that UNLV gets out of this inning without giving up a run. The right fielder, Phelps, will be up to bat. Phelps was in a similar situation in her last plate appearance, but struck out and left those 2 runners on base for Montana. They've left 3 on so far. As the first pitch is taken high for a strike, 0-1. Hayton is on deck if Phelps can keep this inning alive. Top of the 4th, if you're just joining us, it's been a breeze between Charlie Masterson and Michaela Hood. Montana with 4 hits. The first one, a win in the center field just recently by Jaden, as the next pitch is going to be taken for a strike, 0-2. The other 3 hits have been into left field. UNLV hasn't had a hit so far. Their lone base runner is Lauren Barker with a walk. Masterson 1 strike away from getting out of this jam. 2 outs. The 0-2 is a swing and a miss, strike 3. Charlie Masterson gets her 5th strikeout of the ball game and strands 2 more runners on the base pass. As we go to the bottom of the 4th, UNLV trying to get their bats going here. 0-0 is the score at Eller Media Stadium. The left fielder, Maddie Schmidt, will be up to bat here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Michaela Hood has really clamped down UNLV. The Rebels had scored 15 runs in their first 2 games so far through 3 innings, have not gotten a hit so far, and no runs. First pitch to Schmidt is a check swing, but it was dropped by the catcher. It's a pass ball, 1-0. Schmidt is 0 for 1 on the day. She struck out in her first plate appearance. Hood struck out the first three batters, Tixon, Schmidt, and Trejo. Since then hasn't recorded a strikeout. That one misses on the outside, 2-0. You know, if you'd love to get Schmidt on base here, I think this is one of those games where 1 or 2 runs are really going to be the deciding factor. As the count is taken high, 3-0. Play that small balls. Try to get Schmidt in motion. She's 3 for 3 on stolen base opportunities. And maybe give an opportunity here for Mia Trejo with the runner on. The 3-0 pitch. Down the middle for a strike. 3-1. Hood is set, the 3-1. And Schmidt sends that one out of play as she was late on it. Count now goes full 3-2. Mentioned Schmidt, second on the team in walks behind Mia Trejo. 6 for the freshman from Yorba Linda, California. Schmidt gets underneath that one yet again, goes back into the net. And the count remained full yet again. Due up in the top of the 5th for Montana will be Hayton, Becker, and Knaus, the 9-1 and 2 hitters. The payoff pitch by Hood just misses low, and Schmidt is able to draw the walk. Second walk UNLV has been able to draw so far today. Still looking for their first hit, but they get the speed of Maddie Schmidt on the base paths, who is 3 for 3 on the year in stolen base opportunities. Mia Trejo, she's 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Trejo batting below 300 right now, off speed high, 1-0. This is where pitchers tend to be a little bit cautious with Mia Trejo, who has the power for UNLV with one swing of the bat. Give UNLV a commanding 2-0 lead, but we'll see how aggressive Hood will attack her. I got Justine Federi on deck for the Rebels. Trejo will send a drive in a left center field. It is well hit. Back at the wall, and it is gone. Mia Trejo, just like I predicted, gets the 2-run home run with one swing of the bat, and UNLV takes a 2-0 lead here in the bottom of the 4th. Her second home run of the year, RBI number 7 and 8, and I said, you know, with one swing of the bat, you got to be cautious with Trejo. Can give UNLV a 2-0 lead, and right there, great contact by the junior. The first hit of the ball game for UNLV, and they take the lead with Justine Federi coming up to bat. That is the 3rd home run UNLV has hit against this Montana team. The other ones were by Samantha Diaz and Lauren Barker. So Hood will try to reset here. Nobody out. Off speed to Federi is taken high, 1-0. What we saw in the bottom of the 3rd in last night's game was really the trouble for Montana. Today, it's the bottom of the 4th. UNLV gives Charlie Masterson a couple runs to work with here as Federi. That one is taken for a strike, 1-1. Caitlin Covington is on deck for the Rebels. Federi is 0 for 1 on the day. Had a fly out into deep center field. That one taken low, 2-1. 2 runs, 1 hit, 1 error for UNLV. For Montana, no runs, 4 hits, and 0 errors. All 4 hits have been singles, but they have left 5 runners on the base paths. Phelps has left 4 out of those 5. Federi did not swing, and then the count goes to 3-1. Mentioned Covington on deck. Samantha Diaz is in the hole. The 3-1. And that one is going to be taken low. So Hood is having trouble here in the 4th inning with her command. 2 walks. She walked Schmidt. She walked Federi. And gave up the home run to Mia Trejo. And now we're going to have a conference call here for Montana as Caitlin Covington will be up to bat. As head coach Christy Fox will run on over. Maybe discuss strategy with her team. 2-0 is the score. UNLV on top of Montana here at Eller Media Stadium. Covington will be up to bat. She is 0 for 1 on the day. And just how quickly this game can change, and really for Montana in these two games. You know, you feel like the pitching's going so well, and then all of a sudden, just one inning just goes for naught. And in the last game, in the third inning, they gave up 6 runs. Today, 2 runs. You got a runner on first with nobody out. 2 walks and a home run in this inning. After Hood had not given up a hit through 3 innings, only gave up 1 base runner, which was a walk to Lauren Barker. So Covington is set the designated player for UNLV, and the first pitch. She gets underneath this one high in the air down the right field line. It's going to stay in play, and the first baseman makes a beautiful play. Sellers almost had Canals on top of her as the overhead snag, and that is a big out for Hood after the mound visit, and Samantha Diaz will be up to bat. Diaz 0 for 1 on the day. 1 out with Justine Federi over at first. For Federi, that was just the second walk that she has drawn this year. Diaz, off-speed pitch. She was thinking home run on that one. Big power swing, but she missed everything. 0-1. UNLV, they have not trailed so far in the first 3 games here of the Marucci Desert Classic. Off speed yet again, but high and outside, 1-1. Yesterday against Montana, as you mentioned, they scored 6 runs in the third and 2 in the fourth inning. As the 1-1 pitch by Hood is kind of taken low, and it gets away from the catcher, Jaden. Going over to second is Justine Federi. So now Samantha Diaz will have a runner in scoring position here with 1 out. After the wild pitch. Now Federi at second. Diaz have a chance to put UNLV up by 3. But in the previous game, UNLV, they got on the board quickly. Scored all their runs in the first 3 innings. 1 in the first, 3 in the third, and 3 in the second, and 3 in the third. As the pitch is outside, 3-1 is the count. To Samantha Diaz, a junior. One of 3 juniors in this lineup for UNLV. The 3-1 pitch. And Diaz will send a little knuckler to first. Kind of missed the ball there, I think. Just way out in front. And it's going to be a tag out by Sellers. It does move Federi over to third, but 2 outs in the inning for Stacia Cermak, who is 0 for 1 on the day. Cermak, the sophomore. 2 sophomores in the lineup for head coach Christy Fox, along with 2 freshmen, those 3 juniors, and 2 seniors. First pitch by Hood to Cermak is taken for a strike, 0-1. 9-1 and 2 hitters will be due up for Montana in the top of the 5th against Charlie Masterson, who has not yielded a run so far. Swing and a miss by Cermak. Good cut, but could not make the contact. 0-2 is the count. Lauren Barker is on deck for the Rebels. Kakamisi is in the hole and keep this inning alive. The 0-2 pitch. Cermak chased that one. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Hood gets her 4th strikeout of the ball game, but UNLV does the damage. Mia Trejo with a 2-run home run to left center field, and the Rebels take a 2-0 lead going into the top of the 5th here at Eller Media Stadium. Top of the fifth here at Eller Media Stadium in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. Nice, cool February Friday night here in Sin City. UNLV on top 2-0 after the 2-run home run by Mia Trejo. Charlie Masterson, 4 innings of work. She's given up 4 hits, but no runs. First pitch is going to be taken for a ball 1-0 to Hayton. She's 0 for 1 with a strikeouts. 5 strikeouts for Masterson. She came into this ball game with 6 overall. That one hits on the corner for a strike 1-1. You've got Hayton, Becker, and Knaus due up for the Grizzlies of Montana, the 9-1 and 2 hitters. UNLV, they'll have the 8-9 and 1 hitters due up in the bottom of the 5th inning. That one just missing 2 and 1. Hayton continuously showing the bunt as UNLV's defense will kind of collapse in here. Just one hit for UNLV, but it was the all-important one by Mia Trejo, that 2-run home run. As that one is going to be fouled into the net. 2-2 is the count. Masterson is set. The 2-2 pitch is a swing and a miss, strike 3. Charlie now with 6 strikeouts in the ball game. 1 out here in the top of the 5th. Back to the top of the lineup after Hayton strikes out for the 2nd time. Becker will be up to bat. She's 1 for 2 on the day. Singled in her last plate appearance. That one in the left field. First pitch is way high and away, and it gets off the glove of Kakamisi, the starting catcher today, replacing Julia Vollmer, who started the first game. That was the only change for head coach Christy Fox in our lineup from Game 1 to Game 2. Not on the position players. 1-0 is going to be taken for a ball, 2-0. Knaus on deck. Masterson has tied her strikeouts with 6. She came in with 6 today. The 2-0 in there for a strike 2 and 1. This one a little bit more of a pitcher's duel for both teams. Right now, 2-0 is the score here in the top of the 5th. Masterson has set the pitch. High and outside, 3 and 1. Charlie hasn't walked a batter so far today. UNLV, they've been able to draw 3 walks. I mean, they've had 12 walks in both their games today combined. I mean, that's just been the patience of UNLV's hitting today has been fantastic. The 3-1 is a chopper to second. Justine Federi will try to redeem herself. The throw to first is in time, as they're going to get Becker out, as Becker was charging down the first base line. 2 outs here in the top of the 5th, as Federi redeems herself for the error that she had in the top of the 4th. But Masterson was able to get out of that inning with a strikeout by Phelps. Knaus is up to bat. She is 0 for 2 on the day with a strikeout. The first pitch is going to be sent to third. Mia Trejo, yet again, she's had multiple 3 unassisted plays so far today, and it's a quick 1-2-3 inning for Charlie Masterson and UNLV. The Rebels come up to bat here in the bottom of the 5th, on top 2-0 here at Eller Media Stadium. Lauren Barker will lead it off here in the bottom of the fifth. 2-0 is the score. UNLV on top of Montana. Barker, Kakamisi, and Tixon will be up to bat here. As Michaela Hood back out for another inning of work. And the first pitch is a swing and a miss for a strike, 0-1. Masterson with a great top of the fifth inning. Very quick work on another strikeout. She has 6 so far in the ball game as the 0-1 pitch. Barker swings and misses at that one, 0-2. Mentioned Barker walked in her first plate appearance. That was the first base runner for UNLV. Rebels have used the walk to their advantage. Schmidt got one in that fourth inning that led to the home run by Mia Trejo. 1-2 is the count as the pitch just missed on the outside. Next pitch is going to be taken low. 2-2 is the count here in the bottom of the fifth inning. UNLV and Montana, second game that these teams have played in this Marucci Desert Classic. Will not be the last time they'll face each other. They'll be at the GCU Lopes Up Classic as Barker goes the opposite field here. This well hit going back at the warning track, and a nice running catch by the right fielder Phelps. Had to go a long way as she takes a potential extra base hit away from Lauren Barker for a loud out number 1. CC Kakamisi will be up to bat for UNLV. She's 0 for 1 on the day. And the next time these two teams will face will be on March 7th at the GCU Lopes Up Classic. That'll be the final tournament that UNLV play before they start their series in Mount West play against their in-state rivals UNR. Next pitch is going to be taken low, 2-0 to CC Kakamisi. Mentioned getting the start today. Place of Julia Vollmer as they switch it up a little bit. Junior. 1 hit so far this year that came against Weber State in the previous game off the bench. 2-0. Inside, almost hit the foot of the catcher for UNLV. CC, a 5'8" junior catcher from San Diego, California. Count is 3-0. Hood has walked 3 batters so far. And CC was taking that one all the way. 3-1 is the count. Lauren Tixon is on deck for the Rebels. Tixon is 0 for 2 with a strikeout. The 3-1, high and outside, and CC Kakamisi will be on base. The 4th walk UNLV has generated today. With 1 out, runner on first, and back to the top of the lineup for the senior, Lauren Tixon. Mentioned she's 0 for 2, struck out in her first plate appearance. One of the 4 strikeouts for Michaela Hood. Got off to a great start in the bottom of the first. She struck out the side, Tixon, Schmidt, and Trejo. He's also struck out Stacia Cermak. Tixon shows bunt. She lays it down. It's perfect. The throw to first is in time. Oh, my goodness. That is the second time Lauren Tixon has been so close to getting an infield single. Head coach Christy Fox not happy with that call. Tixon couldn't believe it. But they do advance the runner over to second. Boy, Becker is just denying Tixon these infield hits. And now Maddie Schmidt will be up to bat. First pitch to the left fielder for UNLV is inside for a ball, 1-0. Lefty versus righty. As Kakamisi advanced to second. Well, that was close plays there, both times for Tixon on those little dribblers. That one's in there for a strike, 1-1. Mia Trejo is on deck for the Rebels. We're in the bottom of the 5th. Sellers, Ward, and McGrath will be up to bat in the top of the sixth for Montana. The 1-1 pitch. And Schmidt sends that one foul down the third base line. 1-2. UNLV, they've left 2 base runners on. One and two is the count. 2 outs. 2-0 UNLV on top with a runner on second here. 4 walks UNLV they've been able to generate today. A lot so far in these first 2 games. The pitch. And a check swing. Schmidt went around, and that is a strikeout for Hood, and she gets out of the jam. Almost an infield single by Lauren Tixon, but the umpire calls her out, and the next batter, Schmidt, strikes out, and that will end the inning. To the top of the 6th we go. UNLV on top 2-0 here at Eller Media Stadium. Kemi Sellers will lead it off for Montana. Sellers, Ward, and McGrath will lead it off here. In the top of the 6th, the bats have to come alive here for Montana. They're in danger of being shut out yet again against UNLV. Charlie Masterson gets the first pitch in there for a strike. 0-1 is the count. Masterson, 6 strikeouts in the ball game. Charlie's set. And that one is going to be taken on the outside for a ball 1-1. Sellers is 0 for 2 on the day. The 1-1 from Masterson to Sellers is going to be sent to short. Easy play for Samantha Diaz as she goes over to her left. And that will be out number 1 here in the top of the 6th. Ashley Ward will be up to bat. Ward 1 for 2 on the day. Ward sent a single to left field in her first plate appearance, but Charlie was able to get her out in the second. First pitch by the senior Masterson is fouled back, 0-1. Ward, a freshman from Henderson, Nevada, went to Coronado High School. Kylie Becker, another local product here, sophomore. She's from Henderson, Nevada as well. Foothill High School she went to. You got Hood, who's from Las Vegas, went to Spring Valley High School. So a lot of local talent here in Las Vegas representing this Montana team, as that one is down and away. 1-1 is the count. And now the home plate umpire is talking it over with the crowd. Apparently, people kind of look around. Oh, did you say something? Did I say something? So, I don't know, maybe giving a warning to somebody. You always can tell. People kind of look back. Oh, what happened? What happened? Who said what? What? 1-1 is the count as there's a swing and a foul ball on that one. 1-2. First base umpire actually came down and talked to the home plate umpire. Top of the 6th, 1 out. 1-2 is the count to Ashley Ward, who's 1 for 2. Masterson looking for strikeout number 7. Can she get it? The 1-2 is going to be slapped foul down the left field line. Across the way, you can see the lights in the background. UNLV baseball starting off their 2020 season against Central Michigan. Last time I saw, the Chippewas had a 4-0 lead in the third inning over UNLV. They knocked out their Friday night guy, Ryan Hare, in that third inning, so UNLV will be using their bullpen. Wish them the best of luck in their 2020 season. A lot of hype for both the clubs, baseball and softball. And the 1-2 pitch by Masterson. Off speed, but too high, 2-2. UNLV got a first place vote, projected to finish tied for third in the Mount West. First through sixth in that preseason voting was really a bit of a logjam. Not a lot of points separated them. So it's going to be some fun series this year for UNLV. As the 2-2 pitch by Masterson is popped up and hits the top of the net. Goes back down onto the playing surface, foul. And UNLV gets to see every opponent in the Mountain West at least one, or play the most once. So the 2-2 pitch here by Masterson is right back to Charlie. She'll flip it to first in time, 1-3, and that is out number 2 here in the top of the 6th inning. The home series for UNLV and Mountain West play will be against UNR, San Diego State, Utah State, and Colorado State. UNLV gets 2 of the 3 teams in the kind of the bottom tier of the Mountain West, UNR, Utah State at home. New Mexico is projected to finish last. They got them on the road, but UNLV will have some tough road games against Boise State on the road, San Jose State on the road, as that one is fouled out of play, and Fresno State on the road. They do get Colorado State at home. That is May 1st through the 3rd. That is going to be the senior weekend for UNLV, who has high hopes to getting into the NCAA tournament. The 0-1 pitch by Masterson is outside 1-1. McGrath up to bat. Megan is 1 for 2 on the day. Singled in her first plate appearance. There's 4 hits for Montana. He got those 4 pretty quickly. Masterson has been able to set them down here as of late. Charlie is set, the 1-1 pitch. Outside 2-1. UNLV will have the 2, 3, and 4 3, 4, and 5 hitters due up in the bottom of the 6th inning. Their last chance to get some insurance runs for Masterson. Trejo, Federi, and Covington. Trejo has the big hit so far, a 2-run home run in the left center field back at the bottom of the 4th inning. That one is outside 3-1. Charlie in danger of walking her first batter of the ball game. For Masterson so far today, opponents are hitting just 2 for 8 against her with runners on and 1 for 7 with 2 outs. The 3-1 is popped up a mile high on the right side of the field. Mia Trejo has it for the 3rd out. So another 1-2-3 inning for Charlie Masterson as we go to the bottom of the 6th here at Eller Media Stadium. UNLV leading this one 2-0. Mia Trejo will lead it off for UNLV here in the bottom of the 6th at Eller Media Stadium. Wyatt Tomczyk on the call. Thank you for joining us here on this long day for UNLV. They played at 3 o'clock against Weber State. They won that game convincingly 7-0. They have a chance here to pick up another win, maybe another shutout win. Mia Trejo has the lone hit for UNLV, and it was a 2-run home run in the left center field that scored Maddie Schmidt as well. It was a second home run for Mia, and really the only blemish for Michaela Hood. That was in that bottom of the 4th inning. See if UNLV can get some insurance runs for Masterson as Trejo goes opposite field, but was late on that one. 1-1 is the count. Trejo, Federi, and Covington up to bat in this inning against Michaela Hood, who, gosh, she's got to feel frustrated. She feels like it's a great performance. You only give up 1 hit as Trejo gets underneath that one yet again, 1-2. You only give up 1 hit, but it resulted in 2 runs, and your offense just hasn't gotten anything against UNLV in the 2 games that they've played each other. UNLV, they shut out Weber State as well. Maybe Utah Valley, they've got a chance against UNLV tomorrow. See if they can crack the code against this UNLV pitching staff. As the 1-2 pitch is low and in the dirt, you got to think Jenny Bressler will start that game against Utah Valley. And then Weber State might see Brianna Burke back out there, and Burke dominated that Wildcat lineup. Charlie Masterson has been looking fantastic so far as Trejo swings and misses at that one. She was trying to get a second home run. Michaela Hood is able to bounce back against Trejo in that 3rd at bat and is able to strike out now Trejo twice, but Mia might get the last laugh with that 2-run home run. Justine Federi will be up to bat. Federi is 0 for 1, walked in her last plate appearance, had a long fly out to center field to the warning track in her first plate appearance. Federi trying to kind of start a streak here. Her average dipping below 250 right now, and she swings and misses at that one. 0-1 is the count. Wisegram, Jaden, and Phelps will be up to bat for the Grizzlies in the top of the 7th for their last chance. 1-1 is the count. Wisegram is 0 for 2. Jaden is 1 for 2. And Phelps is 0 for 2. She struck out twice and has left 4 runners on the base paths. Hayton, if they can somehow get a runner on, she's struck out twice. So the bottom half of the inning really hasn't, the bottom half of the lineup for Montana hasn't really done a lot against Masterson. She's given up, there's 4 hits overall. Brianna Burke gave up 3 to Weber State, and they didn't even get past the infield. Bressler was able to get the no-hitter as that one is fouled back, still 2-2. So it just shows the amazing depth this UNLV lineup has, that they've got 3 solid starting pitchers. The 2-2. And Federi golfs at that one back foul. Covington on deck. Samantha Diaz is in the hole if UNLV can keep this inning alive. 6 strikeouts overall for Hood. It ties her with Charlie Masterson, who has 6 as well. With UNLV, they've been able to draw 4 walks, none by Montana. That's really the difference maker right now, because that 1 walk by Schmidt put her on the base pass, and Mia Trejo was able to bring her home with a 2-run home run. Still 2-2 with 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th inning. The score, UNLV 2, Montana nothing. Rebels trying to win their 3rd straight game and improve to 5-3. Montana is at 4-3 right now. Outside 3-2. Federi, Schmidt, Barker, and Kakamisi are the 4 players that for UNLV that have drawn a walk in this ball game. The 3-2, and Federi's going to send that one into the gap, and it's going to go all the way to the wall. It's going to be a double for the second baseman for UNLV as she goes opposite field with the full count and gives UNLV its 2nd hit of the ball game. Both hits, extra base hits, and a runner in scoring position here with 1 out, trying to get a big insurance run for Charlie Masterson. Caitlin Covington will be out to bat. Covington is 0 for 2 on the day, the designated hitter for UNLV. She had the big hit yesterday that got the scoring going against Montana. And see if she can get a big-time hit here to really almost put this game out of reach as the first pitch is taken for a strike, 0-1. Samantha Diaz is on deck for the Rebels, with Federi getting that double, and will guarantee her a chance to hit if Covington doesn't line out into a double play or whatnot. The 0-1, and Covington looks like she fouled that one off her foot as she hobbles on over. That's kind of one of the worst feelings. 0-2 is the count. They'll limp back over and probably take a couple minutes here to get all situated, as the home plate umpire will actually help her out and kind of make sure the line's all good. Oh, and 2 is the count, 1 out. Justine Federi over at second. The 0-2, and that's a little knuckler, and a diving stop there by the third baseman, Becker. She's made some fantastic plays today. As Covington got underneath that one, but it was just so lazy that Becker had to go a long way and able to get dirty there and get the out. UNLV can't advance the runner, and Diaz will be up to bat with Federi at second. Can Samantha Diaz come up with a big hit here? Hood is set the pitch. On the outside for a strike, 0-1. 2 hits for UNLV, 2 runs, 1 error. No runs, 4 hits, no errors for Montana. The 0-1. And Diaz will send that one foul down the third baseline. Count goes to 0-2. Stacia Cermak on deck for the Rebels. Diaz can keep this inning alive. Federi at second. Diaz up to bat for UNLV. Can she get that big hit? The 0-2 pitch, and she does not. She chased it outside, and that's a strikeout for Michaela Hood, her 7th of the ball game, as UNLV got a 1-out double by Federi, but nothing across the board. Last chance for the Grizzlies. They're trailing this one 2-0 here at Eller Media Stadium. Last chance for the Grizzlies of Montana. They are down 2-0 in the top of the 7th. Charlie Masterson looking for the complete game shutout. As up to bat will be Brooklyn Wisegram. The first pitch to Wisegram is going to be taken low for a ball, 1-0. Kind of update, if anyone's following the UNLV baseball, they've tied it up in the top of the 5th. 4-4 is the score in their home opener, season opener for the 2020 campaign, as that one's going to go right back to Masterson. The flip to first in time. Easy play there for Charlie. 1 out here in the top of the 7th. Another ground out for Masterson. That is the 9th ground out that she has been able to get so far. 4 flyouts, along with her 6 strikeouts. Jaden will be up to bat for Montana. She's 1 for 2 on the day. And she's going to send, oh my goodness, a liner right back in front of Masterson's face. My goodness, that ball, oh boy, the exit velocity had to have been over 100 miles on that one. I think Masterson kind of ducked out of the way as it goes into center field. Second hit for Jaden. Both of them have been singles to center field. And the tying run will come to the plate for Montana. It's going to be a pitch hitter, though. They're going to take Phelps out as she's been 0 for 2 and has left a couple runners on the base path. We'll see who the pitch hitter here is for the Grizzlies. It'll be number 21, Kendall Curtis, the freshman. The runner on first, 1 out, 5th hit of the ball game for Montana. UNLV looking for a very stellar day in the circle. A complete game shutout for both Masterson and Brianna Burke. And we're going to have a pitch runner as well for Montana. Looks like number 5, Jaxie Kluwich, will be at first. So Curtis will be hitting for the Grizzlies of Montana. The first pitch by Masterson is going to be sent to third off the chest of Barker. Diaz has it, has no chance, and now we're starting to sweat it out here. UNLV has put the runners on the tying run at first, and the winning run is at coming up to bat here. And another pitch hitter for the Grizz, as Jessica McAllister will be up to bat. That's going to be base hit for Curtis. Barker, I mean, it took a nasty hop for Barker and it hit off of her chest, and it trickled to the left, and Samantha Diaz really just had no opportunity to throw out Curtis. As we'll see here for UNLV, maybe this might be the end of the night for Charlie Masterson. So she goes 6 1/3. She's coming off, and I believe we're going to have Jenny Bressler. That'd be my bet for head coach Christy Fox. It will be. So Jenny Bressler will check into the ballgame for UNLV. So will Julia Vollmer. So Kakamisi and Masterson are out. Charlie, give her a big congratulatory high five as she heads to the dugout. Had a great game. Is in line for the win. Can Jenny Bressler get the save for UNLV? Masterson went 6 1/3, gave up 6 hits. No runs, no earned so far, and 6 strikeouts. We'll be right back here from Eller Media Stadium. So Jenny Bressler will get the opportunity to finish this ball game out and give her pitching comrade Charlie Masterson her first win of the year. For Bressler, who dominated this Montana team yesterday. We got runners on second and first with 1 out, and batting for the Grizzlies as the first pitch is going to be taken on the inside for a ball 1-0 is McAllister. McAllister coming off the bench as the 1-0 is fouled back. 1-1 is the count. The numbers for Jenny this year have been fantastic. Hasn't got the results that she's wanted in the first 2 starts, but in the last 2, she was able to get a win against this Montana team and then a win against Southern Utah University on Sunday. One and one is the count. Jaden at second, Curtis at first. Bressler set the 1-1. Is a high drive into center field, but it's well in play for Tixon. She clamps it down for a big out number 2. So Bressler is able to get the out and back to the top of the lineup for Kylie Becker, who is 1 for 3 on the day. Jaden at second, Curtis at first. Bressler trying to finish this ball game up. And the first pitch is outside for a ball 1-0. Becker is 1 for 3 on the day. One taken high as well, 2-0. Jenny had a little bit of trouble in that no-hit game yesterday with the command. Gave up a couple walks. Actually walked the bases loaded in the top of the third in yesterday's game, but was able to get out of that situation. That one hits the inside corner for a strike. 2-1 as it count. Montana down to their final out here. 2-1 is the count. They're trying to avoid the shutout yet again as that one's popped back foul into the net. And now they're down to their final strike. Two and two is the count. 2 runners on, 2 out, down by 2. The 2-2, high, 3-2. Count now full. The runners will be in motion here. So you got to be careful if anything gets into the outfield. The runner getting the head start at first, Curtis, might try to take that gamble. The payoff pitch by Jenny Bressler is a high drive to left field, but it's going to be foul and out of play. And we'll do it all over again. If it stands, UNLV will win this ball game with just 2 hits. Mia Trejo and Justine Federi. Federi with the double and Mia Trejo with the 2-run home run. Patience for UNLV, 4 walks. As the 3-2 pitch is fouled back yet again. Well, the drama continuing here. Jaden with a rocket comebacker that went by the head of Masterson into center field. And then Curtis with a hard grounder that took a bad hop on Barker over at third. The payoff pitch by Bressler is not called. Strike 3. Oh my goodness, it was so close. UNLV could not believe it. The defense hopping around in the infield. And it's a walk for Bressler, and the bases are loaded here with 2 outs. The drama unfolding here at Eller Media Stadium. As Knaus will be up to bat. That one is popped up and it hit the back of the net. 0-1 is the count. Knaus on the day is 0 for 3 with a strikeout. Jaden at third, Curtis at second, Becker at first. The 0-1. High, 1-1. 6 hits in the ball game for Montana. The 1-1 is popped up, and it's going to go foul as Julia Vollmer didn't really didn't know where the ball is. I think she turned to her left. The home plate umpire was trying to get out of her way until she realized where the ball was. It went to her right. The count is 1-2. Now, final strike yet again for the Grizzlies. The 1-2 by Jenny Bressler. Outside, 2-2. UNLV trying to pull off 19 straight scoreless innings by their starting pitching staff. The 2-2 is popped up, and it just hits the pole. And it goes out of technically foul ball as it stays in the playing field. So Bressler will get the ball right back from Vollmer. The Grizzlies have left 5 runners on the base paths. They're in danger here of leaving another 3. The 2-2 pitch with 2 outs here in the top of the 7th. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Jenny Bressler is able to come out of the pen and get 2 big outs. And UNLV gets the victory 2-0 over Montana. High pressure situations, and the Rebels are able to come through 19 straight innings of scoreless work by the starters of Bressler, Masterson, and Burke. Gotta give the tip of the cap to them. They are red hot right now in the circle. They'll have 3 more games here of the Marucci Desert Classic. Tomorrow they'll have another doubleheader, this time against Utah Valley. They haven't played so far. At 3 p.m. is the scheduled time, Pacific time, and then they'll play Weber State right after at 5:30 Pacific time will be the call of that one. And then they play Utah Valley on Sunday at 11:30 a.m. UNLV wins it 2-0, and they win it off of just 2 base hits. Mia Trejo with a big home run, a 2-run home run in the left center field, her second of the year after Maddie Schmidt was able to get the walk earlier. Justine Federi had the other extra base hit for UNLV. It was a double, but the Rebels come away with the victory here today. As Charlie Masterson, a magical performance today, 6 1/3, gave up 6 hits. No runs, no earned, no walks, and a strikeout to improve to 1-1 on the year and keep that ERA at a solid 0. Bressler came out of the pen and was able to get 2 outs, 2/3 innings of work. She gave up a walk and had a strikeout. And UNLV wins it 2-0 and improved to 5-3 on the year, while Montana falls to 4-4. For the Grizzlies, their losing pitcher will be Michaela Hood. She went 6 innings, gave up 2 hits, 2 runs, 2 earned, 4 walks, and 7 strikeouts. It's a tough stat line to swallow, but Montana just has not been able to get the bats going against UNLV. Been shut out in both games. Weber State didn't as well. The pitching staff for UNLV has been so dominant here in this tournament at the Marucci Desert Marucci Desert Classic. And UNLV will try to keep up that performance Saturday and Sunday. We thank you guys for tuning in for both the UNLV Weber State game and the UNLV Montana game here on the UNLV YouTube channel. The YouTube channel provided by UNLV Athletics. UNLV wins it 2-0 here at Eller Media Stadium. Wyatt Tomczyk signing off, wishing everyone a very good night.